Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And today we walk towards the beginning of the end of the Swiss stages. It's going to be the final stretch, the final round of this phase, which is going to be determining the final three teams joining in the top eight round robin qualifiers. And of course, to be your voices and to be the casters in this game, I'm going to be myself, Ray, again. And of course, joining me is none other than this, of course, this really talented lady on my left side is going to be Sarah, of course, because I think you all know why, because it's going to be a very specific teams game. So that's why she's here. But jokes aside, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mythic Showdown Season 2, brought to you by War Drum Games. Tonight is the last phase of Swiss stage. Yep, and the Switch is officially done after tonight's games, and we will shift towards the round robins after a break. So of course, the first game of tonight is going to be Daku Sena versus Yellowstone, and that team, of course, mentioning the teams, and you know why she's here. So Sarah, of course, welcome back again on the casting desk with me. And of course, I think you're very, I mean, your smile already says how excited you are to be casting the game that we have in front. I think you're very satisfied with the thumbnail as well. W editor.
W editor indeed, and thank you for that amazing little welcome, Ray. Definitely honored to be casting this match once again tonight, because this is going to be a battle that some people of us here are just going to remember for the rest of our lives. Like, you go 0-2 and then you go up to 2-2. That's a huge deal for the side of Daku. Now, meanwhile, Yellowstone, they went 2-0 and now they're back to 2-2. So things haven't been looking good for them. But a quick little lineup change coming in from their side. Kais has been benched for tonight, and the new jungler will be taking his place. Meanwhile, on the hands of Daku, the lineup remains same as ever. Every reason for me to support them. However, on the casting desk here, we are going to be fair to both. And of course, both of these teams, they know their game, they know their hero pool, and they know their team fight. So this is going to be a very, very 50-50 battle.
A very 50-50 battle, because it's right, Daku Sena was able to climb back up from the elimination brackets to this, basically the final rounds. This is both an elimination and both a qualification. You win, you go to the round robin, and you lose, you're out of the competition, because it's the final day, guys. So I mean, yep, Yellowstone has been having a rough time, but maybe with a different jungler tonight, the story can be rewritten into their favor. But at the same time, a lineup switch can also go south. So we will just have to wait out and see if, having this, of course, new really strong jungler, I think some of you already will recognize as soon as we jump into the drafting phase, is going to be enough for us to have Yellowstone to have that better upper hand from Daku Sena, or will Daku Sena, with the fact that they have been right now playing together with the same lineup since that day, might be able to get the edge overall? Or they've also gotten they've gotten their draft really well done for some reason. It's like they gotten a new analysis or something. Not really sure how, but maybe they've gotten in talks with some really good analysis in India. It's not Debbie for sure, though. It's not me either. If it was me, I would have mentioned it myself. Guys, I'm coaching them. But yeah, jokes aside, though, it's going to be Ezo, who's actually joining in the lineup of Yellowstone, replacing God Kais as their jungler. So let's see how it is going to be. And DS, of course, going to be having their same lineup. Tonight he's not in the middle, unfortunately. But anyways, the draft has started. And let's see how the bans are going to be coming in. Sarah, of course, any guesses? Because, Sarah is not an analyst. That's why I did not consider her an option. She's a play-by-play, right, Sarah?
Yep, play by play, of course. But hey there, don't give me hope that DS already has a 2-0. Please make it back to 0-0. Thank you. And considering the fact that DS have
Subtle
the first
foreshadowing?
pick, and no foreshadowing here. Please don't want to jinx it. On the hands of DS, the first ban, before we got to speak about it, it's going to be the Lancelot. On the hands of Yellowstone, though, they definitely take out the Jupshin, which is a bit weird considering the fact that Peter doesn't play the Jupshin as much. Neither is she that big into the meta. However, still a decent ban, provided the fact that
She's
you're
only big.
looking. Yeah. Okay, right. calm down. It's just the fact that we are expecting Yellowstone to go for some kind of a fightery comp. Usually that's what the meta is right now, so we can definitely see that. DS
Mm-hmm.
definitely taking out the Lapu. Yellowstone here will take out the Grok, possibly the CC up next. DS meanwhile needs to ban out the Yisunshin, I believe, unless they want to prio it and send Ryu into the jungle. However, if Yellowstone does get the Yisunshin, DS will have to look for some definite counters. Maybe the Esmeralda to kite him around, maybe the Hayabusa to take him down or for a pick-off, but we'll get to see that very soon.
Yeah, I think since Yellowstone does have a new jungler tonight, of course, on the final day too, we will have to see if they're going to be going for a fighter jungle or Ezo might be comfortable playing up a few assassins because if you guys don't know who Ezo is, he is of course one of the teammates that he has qualified for a previous LAN event, which is still yet to happen. So because of that, he's basically one of the, I would say, powerful showcases tonight. But still, I don't think one man army is something that you can always rely on, right? It's going to be requiring a lot of synchronization, and let's see if they have done enough scrims to really build it up. With the bans already done, DS right now will pick up their first pick. Can be a potential flex pick, or can be. Are they going to be okay immediately? I think this dude is just obsessed with this. Esmeralda. I
He
think
has
Sarah, you
Esmeralda
might.
fetish. Yep, it's Esmeralda
Fetish,
fetish.
okay. Okay, then I know who's gonna be doing that cosplay later on. So, anyways,
Nah, man. No way. I don't even like Esmeralda. Far away from it, man. However,
or what if
Yellowstone,
what if he
meanwhile.
just what if he just wants to pick the hero up so his photo disappears? It might be that too.
Yeah, shy man, introvert man issues. It's fine. We ignore. Yellowstone, God of Kata insta-lock into the room. Definitely works out for them, which means that DS will have a slightly lesser options into the roam position. And since the Broken Walls game, they don't have the Grok either. They might be looking to pick up the Hilda, possibly, or the Khalid. It works out against the Kimi, works really well against the Kimi, I would say. So that could work out. Yiv instant lock for DS there. Might go for the Hayabusa up next to just take down the Kimi, which means Yellowstone would have another assassin down. Two banned out, third one going into the hands of Ryu. That means he's left with the option of picking up on the fighters or the tank jungles or maybe the Joy. We have seen Ezo play the Joy quite a lot. So DS would have to draft accordingly. But for now, it's just a matter of decision. Like, are you going to go in for your gold lane? But they usually give Funny Valentine the last pick, DS. So it's definitely Ryu who's trying to get the Hayabusa, I believe. Or not.
Yeah, but looks
not.
like they have a different plan. They're gonna be going with a full utility front in the basically on that point. So they're gonna be neglecting any assassins for now, which is kind of weird. But, just like you mentioned, I think since Daku Sena have already banned out two assassins, it made more sense for them to just take one and just eliminate the chance of another one and just make it much simpler for them. But looks like they really want to play for a pick off. I get it. Even if you don't get the assassin, having the pick off will give you that assassination attempt much better. But at the same time, I think it's really like a risky move, at least for now, until we see the last two picks that are going to be coming in from Yellowstone and DS, both of them. I just noticed both of them have the word S. Wow.
I mean, depends on which S is better this time around for the second
Which
years.
S is better?
Yeah, honestly, DS here for the bans. They need to take out the Fredrin, possibly. They need to take out the Joy if they don't want the Eve to suffer into the backline because they don't really have something to stun the Joy when she comes in instantly. But against the Esma, though, I think they would hesitate before picking up on the Joy. But here, DS can ban out the X-Borg up next since they've already taken out the Ruby. Yellowstone as well, they can ban out on the Nathan just to not give Funny Valentine that hero. Man was an absolute menace into the late game in the previous round. But they instead take out the Harith. So that is again a fair decision. Don't want the Harith on board, works out. And DS meanwhile might not want the X-Borg or the Fredrin or the Nathan because or maybe the dragon, last option. But Skyzen doesn't really play the dragon, so we'll have to see what works out for these teams.
I think Skyzen has he picked up the dragon once somewhere else, not here, not sure, I can't remember. But yeah, the dragon gold lane just sometimes pops out of randomly. Not sure if it's gonna be good enough though. But yeah, they go in with the joy ban. That's why Sarah is like joyful, just signifying it's a joy ban. And I was right. They did not ban the Nathan because they wanted the Nathan for themselves. They are doing what basically Sarah was mentioning that Daku Sena could have done with the Hayabusa. So I guess that's a fair deal. Right now, they have eliminated any kind of magic goal laners for now, and most likely forcing Dakusena to either go in with a very classic marksman for Funny Valentine, or they gotta shift it to a fighter goal lane if they really, really want to win this one. But let's see what will be the decision. Hayabusa still left out open, and there we go. It's gonna be getting picked up because of the fact there is two squishes and no crowd control except for the Gatut Kacha just yet. So wise, despite the fact that they're trying to play the mental games, they did not realize that they don't have enough crowd control to really control the side of Dakusena. Like once the Gatot's second skill is gone, AOG is kind of really avoidable. So let's see what Yellowstone can do with the last pick. Yep, I knew it. They're going to be going with a classic marksman because Funny Valentine is one of the guys that really kind of despises playing a fighter goal lane. So there we go. He brings up the lady, and that with that, Dakusena is basically all ladies except for that Hayabusa. Damn.
I mean, whatever. I'm not gonna make any jokes right now. However,
I know
Izzo,
the joke. I know the joke. So
it's
I
okay.
should.
Izzo here. What options does he have? He has two frontliners, two marksmen into his team. He can still go in for the Fredrin. He can still go in for the Fanny, which he plays a lot. He could go in possibly with the Baxia just to spite that Hayabusa into the jungle. Huge like tank jungles and fighter jungles have a huge advantage against assassin jungles. So like the Lancelot is out, but oh, he goes in for the X-Walk, I
X4.
believe. But X-Walk, was it really necessary here though?
I think it's like a desperate move, Sarah. It's like no choices left on his hands anymore. Like what can he really go for? There's no Hayabusa. Three of the assassins are banned out. If you try to go for Fredrin, you're gonna get clapped out by the Eve because you're not gonna be able to move in the chessboard. So I think this was just a kind of a desperate maneuver, if I'm gonna be honest, from the side of Yellowstone. I think that's the main reason. I think they kind of prioritize their goal lane. They really want to give Skyzen a little bit more comfort, but they might have walked into some form of a trap, which is of course that kill box that the Eve can bring. But with it, we're going to be seeing the spells. Two sprints for the side of DS, two flickers, and Yellowstone going to be going with triple Purify. God damn, even the Uranus on a Purify is insane stuff. I'm going to be real with you.
Ironic because triple Purify means no flickers on any of them, which means Funny Valentine gets free access to sprint around them into the late game. Hayabusa can go in with the Shadow. The moment you land a Shadow onto Nathan or Kemi, they will have to be forced to use Purify if they want to survive, or they are dead, no means to run. Who is Peter as well will get an easy access to their RWM. No purifies, no flickers once again, which means that Peter, Ryu, and Hydrambush just need to bait out the purifies for Jazz to land a confirmed ultimate. So that's one downside of picking the purify. However, though, into the team fights, if any one of the members of DS misuse or misclick their skills in any of the positions, the purify comp might just win out. So it's all up to DS right now to melt down the Viraga armor as well as Uranus before he can kite around Irithel, because Irithel needs a long time to farm up. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, welcome to the Land of Dawn 2-2 bracket, very last day of the Swiss stage, and we are here with teams Daku Sena onto the blue side and Yellowstone onto the red. Two amazing teams, two amazing lineups, two amazing drops. All will come down to the execution and the sync of these two. Welcome to Mythic Showdown Season 2.
And with it, of course, the voices you just heard was Sarah and I'm myself, Ray. And with it, of course, we're going to be seeing the server Bengal. So DS will play in slight bit of the, disadvantage over here. Will not get the utmost, comfortable ping they want. So let's see if they can really get it. Already a lot of poke coming in. Emblem priority. Okay, Kalia going in with the spell reduction. I think that is just fair, honestly, because the flicker plays is what you need. But what's happening already? What, Ricky?
Oh my goodness, and the first blood being secured by... Okay, and look at him already, so aggressive into the jungle, just pure... I'll shut up. And onto the gold lane side though, Yellowstone definitely doing well because the Nathan does have a little bit of attack speed advantage as compared to the Irithel. But Hayabusa, though, quick rotation mid-side, a bit of a danger there. Lemonade gonna be getting choked out. Knockup comes in and Jazz will get another kill. Daku Sena 2-0 early lead coming in already, even with the server disadvantaged.
They just really go with the, especially on top lane. Hyden Bush really wants to show that he's more dominating over here. But let's see how long it's going to be possible, because for some reason he did not get at level 4. He missed a minion, I think, while trying to rotate. Yeah, I think he was about to be. But anyways, he will be on that next wave, so no issues there. Turtle's going to be spawning in. Ryu gets that level 4. Just now, okay, why did he get a little bit delayed? Was it because he went in for the kill? Yeah, I think because they were trying to go in for the gank a little bit. They missed out on their few resources, but the Turtle's there. Broken walls can be shifted. Let's see where is it going to be. Level 3 for Jazz still, though.
Just needs to back off. He's in a very risky position. Taunt comes in. RWM2 trying to melt down the fear of the Armas, which is possible. The revitalize comes in as well, along with the lasting insanity. Members of DS are low. Ryu, we got a kill, but Hanamush gets taken down along with Jazz. So that's 2 members down. Peter's still trying to kite them, but oh my goodness, the boss comes in once more. Wow.
I love this troubleshooting issues screen, because you just basically make everyone. I mean, I get it; they're not exactly standing still, but it's like they're frozen in time. It's kind of funny. And Ricky over there, why? Okay. He's using the second skill. That's why that CC immune skill, is on top of him. First, second, I was like confused.
Purified.
Oh,
Purified
what?
out. Oh, Iritel with the rotation. The X-Borg has been taken down. Savage Warrior very low. Hayabusa will secure the turtle. Skyzen trying to look for a rotation. Does not have the boots. He's gonna be forced to use the Purify. Just misses the flicker. The Tsunami Slam locks in. They get another kill. 5-2 for the side of Daku Sena, along with total advantage.
They're going in for a snowball, and I love it. And I think if they can continue it, they will be having the good lead. But they definitely gotta make sure they don't push it too late, because I feel like Yellowstone is just basically a late game monster to be, in making. I mean, they do have Funny Valentine on the Irithel, one of the highest AoE late game skilling marksmen, but she's all alone, right? Ryu's gonna be falling off as soon as the late game pops in. I think Huis Peter, though, it's 50-50, because I feel like Yves doesn't exactly fall off, but it's not exactly the best. But still, let's see. They should end this game ASAP if they really want this victory in the bag and just get that advantage that they really, really desperately need. So, but until then, they're going to be having 1,500 gold lead. First item for Funny Valentine at 3 minutes 40 seconds. That Hass's Claw. He did not even go for the boots, and he's the one who rotated to the top. That's kind of impressive. And he also went in for the single target. But look at that bottom lane. Entropy
gets taken down. Tsunami Slam comes in. RWM and the sync with the RWM, and Hayabusa tries to go in, gets one. Skyzen will get taken down, but so will Lemonade. Taunt under the turret. The turret damage was a little too much for the side of DS to handle. Lasting insanity though. Can it reach? Yes, it's going to reach. Ryu with a quad shadow kill. He still has the shadows. Oh, let's just click away from safety, but he is going to get taken down. Peter the sole survivor, so that's a 3-for-1 trade. Not very good for the side of DS, because they should be avoiding taking fights in the early game, because it is a very risky move. Since they have 2 late game heroes, which is the Yves and the Irithel, they need to give Irithel the space to farm. Sure, Skyzen is going to get the farm up as well, but Irithel onto the late game, her range and the damage is going to be a bit much for anybody from the side of Yellowstone to handle.
Absolutely. I think, Sarah, it's a bit of a mixed bag. If they got to pick up fights, they got to pick up fights that they really can win. But let's take a look at that turtle fight already starting in.
And there we go. Another Tsunami Slam comes in, taking him away from the turtle. Ryu still needs to get the retribution, but no! Oh, Izu is gonna steal it away. RWM locks him down, though. He's gonna get taken down. Ryu finds a kill. Funny Valentine does too, but now the Uranus is gonna chase them down. There's a lot of damage coming in from the side of Yellowstone, as well as Daku Sena. But that objective advantage definitely gives Yellowstone a little bit of edge for now. They can recover whatever 1k goal lead that DS has, and this is going to give them a better time into the mid game once the Nathan gets his power spike.
Let's take a look at the itemization though. Okay, Kalia going in with the first item dominance. I really love it because it is like basically this defense item right now basically says I want to do 1v5. And I think that's what you should be doing as a roamer. And that's coming in on the other side as well. Two dominances. I really love it because I've been seeing some roamers kind of not prioritizing this item despite the fact that it gives you whopping 80 hybrid defense. I don't know why some of them are missing out. But anyways, Feather of Heaven coming in on the Nathan, giving him that slight bit of power spike over there. But hide and bush over here.
Esmeralda, Savage
Whoa,
Warrior.
whoa, whoa.
Whoa, hello! Solo kill comes in right there, and wow, you just go into kite a Kimmy who doesn't even use up the Purify because she has no means to escape, and now they can try and kite around the buffs and the bushes, giving them a lot of free access once again. There we go, Sizen is in danger. The Purify is still available, but Starfall right inside the turret will find the kill pretty easily. Irithel does have the damage by now, trying to look for something, just taken down very low, has to back off. He makes it out alive with 1 HP. Meanwhile, Ryu onto the top side, trying to go in for a bit of a split, and Irithel already dealing quite some damage if you noticed.
Yeah, her damage is already coming in due to the fact that I think she's building the Wind Talker right now. It's so funny. I almost forgot that item name because it's we don't see the crit rate marksmen in the gold lane anymore, right? It's always the magic or the fighter people or the ranger. This is the of course instant replay. It's fine, it's fine. You are having a deja vu moment, but yeah, the instant replay.
Sheesh.
The live match is on the bottom right. You can clearly see the turtle fight has already started, and I do see some action right there. So we gotta get back.
Lasting
Look at that.
Insanity. Another turtle steel coming in. Ryu will make it out with 1 HP. Tsunami Slam trying to land on someone, but not gonna be finding a target. 5 members of Team Yellowstone just clustered up together, just trying to zone away Ryu as much as possible during the turtle fight so he cannot retribute. Plus, he does have the server disadvantage, so it is difficult for him to retribute. But on to the top side, Esmeralda and Nathan and Eve. Oh, there we go. Another Purify plus the Tsunami Slam comes in. Harambosh trying to find Skyzen, will find the kill. Lemon as well gonna be taken out very low, but onto the backside. Ricky is marking down. Who is Peter? They need to back off. There is the export with the Virag armor. He gets pulled in. Harambosh should be losing his life here, and yes, he does. Shut down for Savage Warrior. And they are still looking for more. Ricky's gonna find Jazz. Hayabusa gets immobilized and he has to back off. Meanwhile, onto the bot side, the Irithel freely split pushing. Like, that's like giving free gold to an Irithel, and Peter still alive. Still freaking alive. And that is going to give Ryu 2 free kills.
Why were they trying to go for Peter so desperately when the fact that Ezo is all the way back? He already retreated because he sees no value, but I think they were very desperate for Peter over here. I think that was kind of overextending it. And yeah, they got the prize already. They lost their lives, and DS is back again on the lead because on that fight, killing off Heidenbush, they kind of got the bounty, but they immediately lost it by getting Savage Warrior getting taken down. So I think that was not a good decision. Already look at the damage coming in from Irithel, and that is he had to panic press the Firagar, the obviously lasting insanity just to get out of there. But AOG in the mid lane, they will defend it, no issues. Raiden comes in, but what is that?
Onto two, but he's getting melted though. He needs to back off a bit. But Shadow kill onto Skyzen does use up the Purify. Haya still has the Shuriken, but he gets the kill. But Ricky does as well onto Hayabusa. 1-for-1 trade. All for the mid lane tier 1, ladies and gentlemen. That is how important this turret is. Lasting Insanity cannot be used up yet. The Virag armor is almost down, but they do manage to successfully defend that tower.
With this defense, Jazz right now just got his fleeting time, so expect more Tsunami Slams popping in any second. So I wonder if he's going to be going with what was it? Damn, the fact that we don't see healers that much, I'm forgetting the item. What was it? The heal item,
Flask
man.
of Oasis.
Yeah, Flask of Oasis. It's so rare to see it these days because people just play the setup tanks. But Berserker's Fury for Funny Valentine. That's a massive power spike.
Yep.
Nathan, the comparable item for Nathan would be the Holy Crystal. So it's going to be taking him like at least one
another
more.
5 minutes. Yeah, definitely.
Minimum 4 minutes at least. So
yep.
For now, Irithel can try to basically use this power spike to the advantage. Look at the healer ranking, because of course we have a lot of shielders and regen heroes this time around. A hide and bush on the top with 80,000 heal, and Ricky is only 63k. Esmeralda is basically 20,000 heal more. That is insanity. Like, damn, bro should start maining Angeler at this point.
I mean, he has a thing for Angela and its users, so it's fine. Another lusting insanity gets used up. Starfall comes in right into the back line once again. Funny Valor try to go in. AOG is going to zone him out a bit. Adabushin gets taunted. Can he get out alive? No, he doesn't. Sky Piercer comes into clutch. Funny Valentine, though, needs to back off a bit because Ricky will have the blade armor very soon. Just gets into the traction pulse range. Ryu is at half HP, needs to heal up because the Lord is melting him down. And Ricky as well is taking in a lot of damage now. Okay, but oh my goodness, Ryu with the pick off. But now he doesn't have the shadows. He's trying to go in from. Oh, he makes it. But is he gonna make it out alive though? Izo? Oh my goodness. Another play coming in. Ricky's still there. Taunt comes in onto Jazz. Jazz trying to go in for the Tsunami Slam. Will use it, but will get taken down as well. One front line down for the side of DS, but they still have 2-3 damage dealers right into their front line, and only the Esmeralda will be there to back him up. And if you just notice here, Ricky was so fixated on to marking down Yves and Bunny Valentine that Hayabusa just goes free access to the Kimi right, and she didn't even have the Purify to save herself, or maybe she didn't use it. That's the thing. But here, overall, it was a trade in favor of DS, and now the Lord fight is going to be beginning up very soon, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, okay, a really early AOG. Is it just for a flank or something? Because I feel like that's very aggressive. Oh, Peter!
They're marking down Peter like anything. Someone needs to take down Ricky first, I believe. But the damage from Bunny Valentine is too much for anybody to handle. But Heidenbush is actually doing the same thing. Ricky and Heidenbush are literally cosplaying each other right now into the backlines. And it's just about who does it better. However, all the members of Team Yellowstone are low. They will need to recall and they will need to come back for the Lord fight, because Lord already at 3/4 of HP. Ray tries to scout it. No Firaga armor into the hands of Azo, though. You gotta note that out, Ray. And if things look the way it is right now, he's not gonna be able to come for even. Oh, what the hell? Ricky steals away the Lord. Will get punished for it instantly. Ryu, how did you miss that, my man? But wow. No invitation for you, man. No invitation for you, but it's fine. Oh my goodness.
Ryu with the 0% retribution rate, bro, is not securing anything anymore.
Oh my god.
Because he has lost 3 retributions back to back. Twice to Ezo, and right now 1 to Ricky, to a Uranus. But anyways, mid lane, I think they're going to be able to get it. Yep, they get it right now. Do they still go in for more? What is that?
Yeah. Ryu redeeming himself with a killing spree right there, and Esmeralda is using up the Starfall every single chance that he has. And oh, Funny Valentine gets the Malefic gun finally, which means he's gonna be dealing even more damage. Maybe the last item he should go in for a Demon Hunter sword just for that Uranus, but Heidenbush just realized that he's alone there onto the bot side, and 3 people are coming for the backup, so he needs to back off. Peter, though, he's actually doing a pretty good job of actually positioning himself as far away as possible. As
3 people ganging up on him.
3 people. 3 people! Still not enough to take him down, ladies and gentlemen. That's just how
he can take more.
Yeah, he can take more. But
more,
Peter, Peter being a Yves dealing that much damage to Ricky and Izzo, it's just something so interesting right now.
Peter is also handling really well, considering he has been the main priority target. I think his positioning has been really well done, because he's only getting taken down once, and that was on top when he got cornered by multiple. But what is that? Entropy getting used. Hide and bush, better watch out.
Yep, he needs to back off, but Kaizen backs off already. Double knock-up coming in onto the side of Daku Sena. Hayabusa backs off after using the quad shadow kill. But AOG, Lemonade with a re-engage. Tsunami Slam right inside the base. He's gonna get taken down. Misclick possibly. However, Team Yellowstone at a one-man deficit. Minion Wave charging down the mid lane. Hiram Bush once more try to go in for the scout. Uses of the Starfall onto Azo. Will try to look for something while Jazz is tanking majority of the damage under that turret. Ryu trying to look for a pick-off, but Savage Warrior realizing that is gonna back off right into the base. But Skyzen is the one in danger here. 055. He doesn't have that much of damage yet, and we need to find Yellowstone a way to stay alive. They want to do something. Ricky is low, but Entropy once more. Hiram was sustaining everything, and Funny Valentine has the damage this time. He's dealing it, but he's always gonna take down Jazz. Meanwhile, but backline, Hayabusa goes in, gets the double redemption coming in from the side of Daku Sena right now. Skyzen also very low, triple kill for him with the Sky Piercer. Amazing redemption coming in from the side of Ryu.
Ryu is, I guess, bro is just better at killing. Don't give him the job of securing anything. He's more on the offense, looks like, tonight at least. But it's pretty funny that Hayabusa from yesterday has 0% retribution rate for some reason. But
He's
yeah.
gonna get roasted hard about it.
Yeah, he's gonna get clipped for that. But jokes aside, with this, they have the macro lead as well as the goal advantage of almost a 5,000 as they approach that 4.8k mark. And there we go. Ryu gets a picture on him for the Lord secure with no competition. With no competition. But yeah. Lord's gonna be walking in from mid lane, 100%. Not the best choice because you usually want it from the long lane. But still, I think if they can get the pressure on the side lanes, which I think they are doing right now, if the Lord's gonna be coming in 10 seconds, they can go in for a long lane push, most likely, and just try to get the 2 inhibitors at least because they're gonna be fixated on saving the mid lane. But there we go, itemization popping in. Full build for Funny Valentine as well as Ryu, and close to full build as well for Hui's Peter, which is a very impressive thing. But on the same side, Nathan also has the Divine Glaive, so the magic defense on the hands of the Kalia is not going to be mattering that much. Neither the Esmeralda, though she has shields, so that might help. But goal wrecking, we can look at that. Ryu and Valentine on the top. Let's see, Lord's walking in the mid lane.
Jazz was trying to look for the engage though, but he stopped himself on the way. However, the Lord is getting chunked down a bit, and one of them needs to go in but then again, this is the second Lord of the game, I believe, yeah, and not the most enhanced one yet. So what can DS really do to end it? Because unless and until they get at least one pick off when the Lord charges in, they are going to have a very tough time ending this because Yellowstone has got a Nathan and a Kimmy, and there we go. The Nathan finally picks up on the Holy Crystal, and it is going to look riskier and riskier as the game progresses. Definitely trying to look for the Tsunami Slam here. Will get it. AOG pops in. Will land onto Taunt. Taunt comes in. But Iron Bush once more onto the back line. Nathan is gonna get taken down instantly. Legendary for Ryu. Meanwhile, taken down Garutka, and Iron Bush is still going in for more. Savage Warrior, he needs to back off because he definitely has the Radiant Armor onto him. 2 members down for the side of Yellowstone. Minion Wave still healthy. Jumping in from the bot side as well as the mid. Piragama down. Recalls back to base. Another Tsunami Slam will purify it, but the base is getting chunked down by Funny Valentine. Daku Sena take away game number 1 all for themselves.
Getting the 1-0 in a server disadvantage. The side of Team Daku Sena show themselves to be superior tonight into the first game. And someone is very smiling a lot. Yeah, it's Ryu who, took a massive L by missing out the retribution, but he was able to redeem himself. That's why, guys, he's the one smiling. But anyways, with it, I think we're going to be getting the post-game results pretty soon, and I think an Esmeralda MVP is something that someone is manifesting a lot, but let's see who gets the MVP. It might be... Okay, Peter with 1 death. Damn, since when did he get so buffed, man? Crazy. I think he's hitting the gym, man. And he also got a nice watch. What brand is it? But anyways, jokes aside, Eve with an 88% teamfight participation. And the main thing I think he got the MVP for, it's not exactly the assist, it's the massive damage dealt. If I'm not wrong, he's also the carry with 171,000 damage dealt alone to the side of Yellowstone. 18 minutes game and close to a 200,000 on a simple mage. That's a really, really impressive number. I think he was going for the Winter Crown as well, just to make sure that any kind of AOG plays, or maybe the X-Borg if tries to go for, he's still going to be okay. Ryu, on the other hand, of course, that's a classic Hayabusa build, full burst. And Funny Valentine as well, I was kind of thinking, is he going to be going for a Rose Gold? Since there's, of course, the Nathan, there's the Kimi, you have a lot of magic damage. Maybe you do need, I mean, you also have the Hasa's Claw, so you can synergize and get a little bit more hybrid defense. Yes, the Rose Gold is not the best item for a marksman due to the fact that you get only the half of the hybrid defense unless you are not a marksman. So I think still though, the emblem setup, this is something that I noticed. He really went in for the solo enhancement, really wanted to win the lane. So funny enough, he did not win the lane, he did not lose it. He was more into those team fights that was mattering a lot. Other than that, I think most of the emblems are kind of the same. They're going to be going for the bounty hunters mostly on the Kimi and the Nathan, but I think Speeder really had a good idea to go for the movement speed and having much better rotations that really helped him, cover the map much better. Overall, you can see 9 turrets taken compared to 2. You can also see the fact where Ryu, took the L's by giving away 2 turtles to Ezo. But to be fair, 2 things, I guess. Ezo's retribution is really good. Also, they had the server advantage. 108,000 damage dealt from Funny Valentine on this Irithel compared to Skyzen, who was not able to provide much due to the fact that there was insane zoning coming in from Ryu and Hyde on Bush. 14 kills for this man, of course, with... Okay, he actually dealt way less damage, but to be fair, that's an assassin. Ezo over here. Yeah, Ezo over here. Honestly, way better statistics, but man, there can only be, one winner, sadly. But okay, Savage Warrior also dealt out a lot of damage. But not a lot of damage actually.
That's
look at the damage.
Exactly, 140k more than the Kimi.
For a second, I saw 137.
I am shocked. Hello. Okay. But Rome was fairly equal, I believe. Just the Garukacha dealing a bit of damage because it's a Garukacha after all. Plus he had the blade armor, so yeah, that works out. And Kelia honestly did miss out on a few setups, but that's okay because end of the day, this man, the zoning material from the side of DS, did well. Damage taken higher for Uranus, but damage dealt higher for the side of Esmeralda. Very obvious statistics from both of these people. Sandbag, of course, it's going to be Ricky from Yellowstone, but one man alone cannot be enough for a team to win. The carry and the wingman both go to Peter, while Rich Guy is Ryu onto that Hayabusa this time around. Good statistics coming in from both the teams, and I believe that is going to be it for game number 1. Ray, what do you think exactly went wrong for the side of Yellowstone?
I think it was just a case of this, I think the Kalia was a smart psychological play, because at first I was doubting it, but then when I saw the spells, I realized, okay, that mental, play was actually really well done, because Kimi and Nathan both need flicker in this game to survive from the Hayabusa, to survive from Hide on Bush, to survive from, any chasing heroes. They needed the flicker, but going for the flicker is also like such a risky play, because the moment Jazz catches you, you're basically done for. A flicker is not going to save you from that, because you're going to get bursted the moment. And Purify also did not save them to get out of the RWM zone. So I think that Kalia was a really well done pick right now after that we saw the game. I think it really put them in a awkward place where they had a plan. Just like we mentioned, they had a plan where they did not want to give the Nathan to Funny Valentine, so they traded it off for themselves by banning out the Harith, and it looked really good on paper until you realize that Funny Valentine is really keen on using the traditional marksmen rather than trying to bend down to the meta and go for a fighter gold lane. I think that's what they were expecting. Go for a fighter gold lane, maybe have the better of range and push them back. But no, some people, their comforts are always much more superior than what meta defines them. And so at the same time, I think at this point, one guy might be labeled One Trick Esmeralda, because I have not seen him play other heroes for the last 3 rounds, because damn, I mean, I'm counting this one as well. So if he's fond of, dancing ladies, maybe. I'm just kidding. But anyways, Spirit also has been getting the Eve a lot lately. So maybe trying to, if you're going to be going with those marksmen with no dashes, you got to be looking out for those spells. You got to be making sure that they don't get a Sarah tank into Jazz's hands. And you got to also make sure that Whispira does not get the Eve back and back again and again, because that hero has been proving to be quite monstrous for the side of any opponents that have been facing Daku Sena. But with it, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading to the game number 2. This time it's going to be Expanding River. Even better for Peter as well as Savage Warrior, as they will be able to rotate in the mid lane faster in the objectives. But not just them, the XP laners, of course, which is going to be... What was the XP laner for... Oh, yeah, it was Ricky and Hayden Bush, who will also be able to rotate much better towards the opposite lane once the Expanding River comes in before 20 seconds before that objective fight. So let's see, but this time around, Daku Sena will get their comfort server. So Ryu, you don't have any more excuses, and if you miss the retributions, no invitations for you, just like Sarah mentioned. So you're gonna get clipped out, homie. It's the last day of the Swiss stage. You gotta step up. It's your own goddamn server, main.
And you know what? Instantly, the Hayabusa ban along with the Jukshin from the side of Yellowstone. Definitely, that man made an impact despite having the aura minus. He's been having aura minus since the last match itself. However, he did redeem himself with a triple kill a bit. It's okay. He's gonna be fine, I believe. He's got his wife beside him, so it's okay. And Daku Sena, Daku Sena definitely
I don't
banning
see
out
no
the
woman
Lapu.
in DS though.
Yes, bro. It's a woman after all. They give. Oh, funny thing here. Yellowstone themselves banned out the grog because, as per instructions,
What
DS
the
was.
hell?
Oh! Good
That's
night,
funny.
Dave. Good night. That's your Esmeralda gone from you. What are you going to show off with now? But with the Yusenshin and Lapu Lapu and CC banned out, he could go in for maybe the Dragon or the Arlot. Those two could work out pretty well. But we will have to see. He cannot really pick up on an EXP right now. He needs more of that, you know, the front lining. And yeah, it is going to be the Gatot along with the Eve, just snatching away the roam and the mid lane from the side of Yellowstone. But that means that Savage Warrior here could go in for the Farsa for himself, could still lock in on the Kimi, but then Ryu would go in for the Lancelot. But I guess this time around they're giving Ezo the Lancelot onto the jungle, that it should be taken by them, because otherwise Ryu is just going to lock it in for himself. But we'll have to see. It's the only assassin left which is viable into this jungle. The Kimi is definitely a choice. The X-Borg on the hands of DS, that could work out as well into the EXP or even the gold lane. But Funny Valentine, he loves this marksman. We're gonna let him stick to his comfort, and that works out. So, choices for Yellowstone right now, definitely.
There we go.
Oh, the Joy comes in instead of the Lancelot, along with the Hylos. Hylos against an Eve. Ray, what are your thoughts?
Kind of peculiar, and there we go. Boom. Ryu still gets one assassin on his hands. It didn't really matter which one is going to be. He got one of the comforts. It's going to be the Lancelot popping in on his hands. So we'll soon find out the execution part. But at least the Hylos is kind of really weird. Yeah, he can chase. He has one skill. But at the same time, once the RWM is going to be popping in, I think the Hylos is just to escape the RWM. I feel like it's more of a retreat rather than an initiate, because I don't think you should be initiating against the Eve. It's more of a retreat option, at least in my opinion, for now. We'll see what they do in the game. But with it, we're going to be seeing the second phase of the bans. Right now, Yellowstone banning out the Nathan, because of course, DS will get the first pick after this ban phase is over. So banning out, I think the next ban is most likely going to be the Harriet as well. So DS, I think they're going to be doing out the same. Maybe ban out the X-Borg if they are kind of thinking of a dual side lane composition with the Joy in the middle. But no, they're going to be going with the Dragon. So no Dragon for Highland Bush as well. So I think the options are getting skewed up a little bit. There we go. Yellowstone actually. Okay, that just means a Harriet for DS then. That just means Harriet for DS.
The Granger. Maybe the Granger. Yeah, it could
possible,
work out. Yep, but then again, there's a Joy, and playing a Granger against a Joy is just a
very
nightmare.
uncomfortable.
Nightmare, I'll tell you. But if Bush decides to pick up on a major crowd controlling EXP such as the R-Lot, it still could work out. Because Funny is definitely good with his positions. We've got to give him that. So it's all going to be up to these people on how they can protect their marksmen and how things could work out. Because if the Granger is not picked here, Yellowstone will be the ones locking in onto the Granger. But okay, we see the Alice coming in from the side of Daku Sena. So that's
I get
two
one
front
thing. I
lines
get one thing.
he's
Di-
into.
yeah, he's into that, and this dude
Yeah,
also is not gonna be playing male heroes by the
anytime
looks of.
soon. Yep.
Do I forgot about the Alice because I cannot even think of it. Okay, I'm thinking about maybe the Arlot, maybe something unconventional, but no, he just goes in with the next best lady. Damn. You know, one lady gone, he goes for the
Yeah.
other. Okay.
Very, very, very classic Dave move, I'll tell you. And all of his friends are gonna agree with me. Yeah, it's okay though. It's fine. We're gonna but
What the hell?
what
What
the
is that?
hell? Actually, what the hell? Because hey, Lunox onto the gold lane, Phobius
No,
on
mid lane.
oh
That's a mid lane
Lunox mid
Lunox.
lane. Oh, and then I guess Ricky and Skyzen will have to swap out. It's
Swap, swap, swap.
Esmeralda, yeah, Esmeralda Gold and Phobius onto the EXP. And oh my goodness, Funny Valentine. Good job, brother. There we go. There's the Edsbrog. Good draft by both of these teams, and both of them have no ranged heroes except the Lunox and the Eve. End of the day, it is going to come down to how much they can protect the Eve against the Joy, and that is going to be the majority of the damage dealing segment for these teams.
I find a chat really funny sometimes. Someone said stop blaming Dev. He's a straight guy. Yeah, guys, we get it. It can be really fun. But anyways, since the draft has been finalized, we will see, of course, both of their spells, and boom, it's all flickers except for the roamers just having that revitalize. And I think since they're going to be having more flickers this time around, escapes will be more. But Skies and my homie Esmeralda, she's a sprinter. You gotta always go for that sprint. I mean, you can't exactly make any flicker play with Esmeralda, right? So
Yeah.
it's not necessary for anybody who plays Esmeralda, guys. I beg you, just like Yu Zhang only plays on Petrify, play Esmeralda on that goddamn sprint, because trust me, it always works because it synergizes with your first skill, man. It really helps you chase people because once they use the flicker, you use the flicker as well. You just on the same space, but once they use the flicker and you start chasing them, it's basically like that meme scene, you know, like why are you running kind of stuff. But anyways, with the draft, we are going to be seeing a few unconventional picks tonight. A Phobius appearing out of thin air after so long, because I feel like I've not seen this dude in the Swiss stage, like even rarely. So it's a very unconventional, and a Lunox that as well on the mid lane. It's going to be very hard, but with it, Lancelot being the ADC, two side lane composition from the side of Daku Sena. We're going to be heading into the Land of Dawn. Funny Valentine will get to show his prowess on an Xborg goal lane tonight, and this could be a make or break game as Daku Sena has that 1 point advantage.
Absolutely, Ray. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn in game number 2 of the 2-2 bracket. The first game of the night out of the 3. The very last day of the Swiss stage, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you like the stream because at 250 likes, we've got a 2500 diamond giveaway. This is going to be one of the most important game of the night for both of these teams. Peak trying to stay alive as much as possible, and Daku Sena trying to move into the round robin stage after going 0-2 into the first 2 rounds. Big support to both of these teams. However, look at Daku Sena already into the early game, just taking away little bits of those farms as much as possible so that the Joy cannot farm up. And of course, Ryu has the retribution advantage, at least this time around, because yeah, it's his server. So we are gonna hopefully see him get some of that aura back at the objectives. And Savage Warrior, though, you're facing a little bit of the issue laning against Nyeve and Kaja.
And also considering the fact that this is Lancelot, one of the strongest heroes to go for steals, so I think there's that. But a lot of poking in the mid lane. I think we can ignore that because they will just gonna go back. But anyways, looking at the emblem setups here, okay, nothing out of the ordinary for the side of team. What I would say, Yellow Zone, I guess. Okay, they're gonna be going for a little bit of spell vamp for both of the fighters. Fair enough. On the other side, spell vamp for both of their side laners as well. Lancelot going for a slight bit of swift there, and other than that, nothing out of the extraordinary. I love the fact that Jazz keeps on going for the spell reduction. I forgot this setup name, but you get my point, right?
Yeah.
Revitalize faster, and if he tries to go in for a winter crown, it's going to help him
A
make
lot.
those. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, you get that 80% reduction, sorry, to 18%
Oh,
reduction. But anyways, oh, what is that? A little bit of poke
yep.
right there, few
Yeah.
warning shots, but the turtle has spawned in a little bit favorable positioning towards the side of Team Yellowstone. But Ryu trying to eye it. Does he want to get it back all on himself?
He does want to, but he's gonna be taken down very low. But that means that the electrifying beats have been taken away. Skyzen though is here for the rotation. Iron Bush as well has the Throne of Ruin. Will land it onto just Ricky though. Ricky also has the Infernal Pursuit. They're trying to mark down Peter. Peter has to back off a bit because Kaizen is there, zoning them away. Jazz gets taken down pretty low. He needs to back off. Lasting Insanity comes in, but Savage Warrior will take out the first blood onto Jazz. And Funny Valentine also here has to flicker away while onto the backside. Ryu finds a kill onto Lemonade. Again, Izu comes in with electrifying beats. This time around, Peter doesn't have any of the flickers, but Izu dived in too deep and he gets taken down by Funny Valentine. Iron Bush will get taken down low though, but so far, so good. 2 for 2 for both of these teams.
Equal trade so far, nothing out of the ordinary yet, but of course the turtle advantage goes into the favor of Ricky. My dude, change your name to Retribution because somehow you're getting all the objectives each time around. But this is an instant replay of what really well went down. Ryu was able to get a kill onto Lemonade, but at the same time, the same thing happened from Savage Warrior taking a kill onto Jazz. So on the other side, this Joy's movement was really, of course, impressive, but also I think, oh, for a second I thought he was, oh, but what's happening? We come back and Peter is down again. My man is not having a good time this time around. Already 2 deaths. It's no longer 1 death scenario for him anymore. So Peter, gotta watch out your positioning. You got a horse on your face this time around.
Yep, he's got a horse, he's got a sari wali aurat. This time around, it's going to be very difficult. Plus a cat lady, I believe that is. Oh no, that's a Leonin. It's fine. He's got 3 dive-in heroes right for himself, so he's gonna be having to play very, very safe. Maybe pull off the gameplay of his lives if they want to go in for something. Again, electrifying beats onto Ryu. Like somehow Izo just keeps getting electrifying beats onto Ryu, but Ryu does have the puncture and Thornrose is gonna get used up pretty easily. Jazz though is gonna be, yep, the Lunox goes in with the Chaos Assault, but again Brilliant's getting popped up by him, but Hanabos this time trying to join the team fight. AOG lands on the Savage Warrior. Jazz gets the hit, but there's no backup, but Ryu is gonna find Lemonade on the back line as they're trying to mark down Peter, but Ricky gets taken down. Overextension coming in from the side of Yellowstone, and this time around the turtle might just be going into the hands of Daku Sena.
This turtle going uncontested because, but is it? Is it? Look at him. Retribution.
Okay, he's back, chat. He's back, but Funny Valentine, hello. You did not have the lasting insanity there, but it's okay. But Skyzen! 1v1 against Peter right into the first turret of the game. Izo here gonna be caught out pretty low. Ryu trying to mark down the Lunox but will not commit to it. And even the electrifying beats gets used up. But they really need to find a way for someone to find Skyzen down and take him down, because Peter is not having a good time against that hero. Very like Esmeralda against an Eve definitely wins out. However, what can DS really do to try and protect Peter? That is going to be the main question of this game.
His name is so funny to me because the name Peter is so embedded into the American culture because there's so many movies and shows within his name. Whenever you mention his name, I'm just getting a flashback to all the movies. But anyways, shifting the focus into the itemization. Glowing one secured for Peter. He's slight little bit of ahead in the gold department. Lancelot going for at least damage for now, but I think he's going to be going for... I think he shouldn't rush the Hunter Strike, right? I think going for the Endless Battle is, he's going to be going for that.
Yeah.
Joy over here gets the Genius Wand and Radiant Armor secured for the Phobius. And I think the same is being done for the hands
Look at
of
these two.
Luminaire as
Bro,
well.
look at these two. Look at these
What
two.
the hell? Crazy. What, that is so unnecessary. You don't have to do that. That is so unnecessary. That is such a I don't even want to say that anymore, guys. If you thought that he's a straight dude, we shouldn't blame him. Yeah, I think you should
Yeah.
reconsider.
Please reconsider because 100% those two aren't. But it's okay. We can see River Zone coming into the side of this time around. And oh my
Hey, what was that?
goodness, Savage Warrior gets instant burst, but so does Peter. Ricky is there for the backup. Alice still yet to join the fight,
between
but
time.
Skyzen hiding them down as much as possible. Hadamush will try to look for the Throne of Ruin this time around onto the proper targets, but we'll see how that works out in front of pursuits getting used up every now and then. But Funny Valentine has the edge this time, is gonna be melting them down. Does he have the War Axe yet? I think he does, yeah. And he's gonna be dealing a lot of damage. Electrifying Beats gets used up. Izu doesn't have his ultimate yet. Another Infernal Pursuit should be coming in very soon. But Hadamush tries to go in for the sustain this time around, zoning away as many people as possible. Another Starfall onto Ryu as well as Funny Valentine. Inside the turtle, they're zoning away Izu as much as possible. Is taken very low. Throne of Ruin comes in. Ryu will secure the turtle onto the backside. Lasting Insanity comes in along with the AOG. Ryu finds the killing spree onto Lemonade, but on the backside, Peter needs to back off. Skyzen is once more onto him. This time around, he survives, but Skyzen, is he gonna make it out alive? Hey, yeah, I mean, he does. It's an Esmeralda, but however, risky move by Skyzen every single time is marking down Peter way too much. Like, after that one point, it is going to affect him negatively.
Yeah, it is going to be because we just saw a little bit of that in that team fight already. But anyways, still things can be done. But let's look at the goal difference over here. Nothing much, just 1,000 goal differences between the members. You can clearly see where they are getting the edge over here. Gator is slightly little bit of ahead, and Esmeralda is slight ahead of the Xborg. So nothing much out of the ordinary. But okay, Radiant Armor secured for Funny Valentine. He really doesn't want any of the dust from. Oh, wait a second. It's all magic damage from YS. I just realized.
Yeah.
Damn. So just go full magic defense because yes, Phobos does have a good amount of damage, but it's not exactly necessary for you
It's
to build
not gonna
defense for him.
matter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not going to matter in the long scene. You just gotta make sure you sustain from Savage Warrior and Ezo, and you're gonna be all good. So because of that, I think the Athena will show up, or maybe at least the Oracle because it does synergize really, really well. But
Yep.
after seeing top
And
lane.
oh my goodness, the Infernal Pursuit's continuously under that tier 1. Oh, but Peter, what is that positioning, bro? You are in front of 3 people and he is gonna get taken down. Yep, he's gonna get taken down. And Funny Valentine still trying to survive it out. Lancelot here for the backup. Funny Valentine gets a kill under Vicky. Lancelot is still trying to go in for a little bit more, but it's going to be Bush who chases them down. Skyzen still trying to get some damage with his second skill, but he's going to be left out alone as both these teams move toward the mid lane to try and defend and try and take them down. And look at the damage output from Ryu right now. Man is definitely on his redemption arc.
I just I don't know, a random thought in my head. So that's the reason Ryu only plays male hero and Bush plays female hero. I get it. I
Yes.
see.
Again.
I get it.
Oh my god. Ironically enough, the electrifying beats didn't have a single amount of damage on the Funny Valentine just because of that radiant armor. So, good job, brother. And Bella must be proud of you right now. And honestly, we all are proud of every single member of Daku Sena as well as Yellowstone for making it this far. But hey, I can't help but be a bit biased towards my favorite team, can I? So yeah, it's okay. Ignore me for the rest of the game as we are here into the Lord Dance, the first Lord Dance of this match. Alice here trying to solo a lot of people, but can he take them is the question. He's getting chunked down quite a bit. Lord is at half HP RWM, and again Esmeralda on to US Peter, who has to flicker out. AOG at the Lord. Ryu will get the retribution. Team Daku Sena with another objective into their hands. They're still trying to sustain it all out. Savage Warrior still doesn't have his ultimates, but Ricky here sustaining all of them all by himself. Good job, man, but he finally gets taken down. A little bit too much damage for him to handle. Alice has to flicker out of the situation, but Savage Warrior with the Chaos all gets taunted, and he's gonna get taken down with a random execution as the Ryu is there. Join the fight again, and lusting insanity from Xborg. That is Funny Valentine, ladies and gentlemen.
7 to 12 score and a 4,000 goal lead, as they already have the Lord advantage as well. Ryu over here just trying to style in a little bit, because I think that's an Esmeralda. You can lower her down but can't take her away. We will get a replay of what just really occurred in that Lord pit, the team fight that really went in a little bit extension, but it's still, I think it was in favor of DS overall, so it doesn't really matter. You can clearly see the live match still going in the bottom right side. The Lords already knocking on the doorstep, but since they had the holy defense, they're going to be having, at least one good thing is going to be the base is going to be defendable for themselves. But this play from Funny Valentine, that flicker on that last outburst was really well done, and with it he's also going to be getting that breastplate as well. We're going to be getting another pause of course, maybe 3 minutes or maybe even less, because of course sometimes issues get fixed, but you can clearly right now we can take a little bit of an analytical look of what's really breaking down into the game. We have almost 5.8 thousand goal lead, which is close to 6,000. A 7 to 12 score into the favor of Team Daku Sena. 5 kill deficit for Yellowstone. Multiple threats have already been taken. He looks pretty funny, but anyways, the inhibitors are the only things that left for Yellowstone. So no, actually, my bad. On the top, they have one inner turret. So I think that is something that Hidden Bush is trying to prioritize, because the minions are building up towards that. Other than that, I think there's nothing much to mention here. Hui Speeder has been okay. I didn't know the skin is so nice. Wow.
Exactly.
I think Sarah knows what I'm talking about.
Go back to Alice once. Close up on him. Oh wow, nice talkings, dude.
Oh yeah, that is a really good skin. I mean, I think they
Very
should
good.
be revamping the portrait slightly,
Yeah.
or maybe not is also good. I mean, maybe update the model to the newer versions, because of course, as you know, usually when the hero gets revamped, first the basic skin, then they start revamping the skins gradually, right? So at least the wings are nice, but this is called what, Witchy Teacher or something? I forgot the skin name.
Yeah.
I can't remember skin name, guys. It's not the sense that I have a lot of them. It's more of that sometimes I just don't pay attention towards it. But until we get back into the game, just a little bit of talk right there. I guess it's fun. Oh, Hylos on all fours. This skin was the epic one, right? Iron
Yep.
Steed. How do I know that? I don't know. Maybe I play too much Rome on the solo queue, which I should be avoiding. And I think I have avoided enough already at this point. I kind of find it funny that he's all the way over there, all alone, just doing his own thing.
Poor thing. It's okay, bro. You're not alone. You've got me. But I mean, whatever. Just go and get that win, and that's enough. However, Peter, main character here, I believe. Focus on the Esmeralda and the Garut Khaja a little more. Come on, let's go.
What are they doing?
Look at that. Look at Jazz just chasing Skyzen. So funny. And so interesting to look at. It's like, hey, did Esmeralda just speed up a bit? Or is it just
Yeah, she's first skill. It's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
first skill enhancement. And since
Yeah.
we basically did a Zawarudo on them, they're basically stuck on that for a while, and they both have broken hearts because they're getting that anti-heal, of course. It's I love this thing. But Lunox is just there, man, just standing there like menacingly. She's the only one. Yeah, Lunox. Can we get the camera to the Lunox? But yeah, she's
Oh.
gonna be moving. Anyways, with it, the Lord was knocking on the doorstep, but it's not gonna be mattering anymore. Top lane inner turret will most likely get taken down here by the side of Team Daku Sena. Yep. And with it, the side of Yellowstone will only have their inhibitors in their favor. But what is that? That is a wishing lantern, my boy, into the hand of Peter. And right now, Ricky, Lemonaire, and Skyzen, they're going to be losing that 8% HP each time that Void Blast comes to their face. But yep, let's take a look at the itemization. Oh, Divine Glyph, so rushed. But to be fair,
Yeah.
they all
I
have
mean, they
rating.
need it. They need it. There's 3 Radiant Armors, 1 Oracle onto Alice, plus the Brute Force on each of Exborg and Lancelot. Lancelot nearly at full build, he just needs to complete the Hunter Strike maybe, or maybe he might go for the Wings. We don't know. We'll see as time progresses. Joy, though, with the Genius Wand plus the Holy Crystal should be able to deal some damage, but unfortunately, he doesn't have the penetration as much as he would like to. Genius Wand against the Radiant Armor doesn't work that well, but we'll see how he manages to protect and defend his lanes up now that the DS are actually freezing up the lanes. Good strategy right there. Take down the first lot, freeze up the lanes, and then just wait for the next one.
It's a good decision on obviously the matches that it really matters. You try to build up a slow push or you freeze the lane to deny them the minions. It's really impressive that Ryu has gone full damage. I know it is some like most do, but since this is the last day, right? This could be potential last game. He's really taking a high risk, high reward build, which is something that most junglers would hesitate to because at this point, I feel like many people would have switched to the Queen's Wings by this point. But he's going for more penetration to make sure that they don't survive. Because look at that, Ricky will fall.
Wow.
Wants the kill, full
The
damage.
retribution, yeah, the retribution is the one who secured the kill.
Really well done there. Lord's gonna be spawning in. There we go. And with it, oh, Ice Queen 1 for Xborg. He really doesn't want anybody to escaping there. But yeah, damage dealt. We're gonna be getting a little bit of a ranking. Who's the highest over here? Oh, is that Ryu on 53,000? That is insane. But on the other side as well, Esmeralda with 63k, and I think that's mostly due to him bothering Peter as much.
That's just
possible.
the thing. But look at Adam Bush though, trying to go in for Ezo right here, all by himself. Just Jazz going to be the one to back up. Honestly, Jazz's room has been so far one of the very best I have seen among the teams who have made it to the round robin. Like he is just always there, present. He's like his omnipresent. Dave on the Esmeralda, yeah, it's good. He is there, but Jazz is there more. So you've got to give props to this man for changing up roles and adjusting so well. Ryu though will be looking to get some of that TikTok play with the next wave of minions coming up in 10 seconds from now. However, can Yellowstone defend this Lord? They're still trying to take down as much of the Lord HP as possible, but oh, there we go, electrifying beats, but Peter flickers out and now he doesn't have the dashes. Ryu didn't really commit to it. Lord still had the lead. Oh, AOG
Whoa,
4 with the Throne of Ruin backing it up. Ryu will get a kill. 3 people already down from the side of Yellowstone. Good luck secured for Lancelot. Ezo the last one surviving, but the base is already fallen. Daku Sena have won the best of 3 with a 2-0, and they will be moving forward to the round robin stage.
Subtle foreshadowing, I told you. That was not a technical error. That was just you getting a little bit of a glimpse of the future. What is it called? Premonition, is it? Yeah. But anyways, congratulations to Daku Sena for getting this game and securing a clean sweep in their bag because, well, they really needed this one from going down to the 0-2 brackets where it really felt like they were going to be getting out of, the Swiss stages early on. Yep, Ryu gets a redemption, my man, finally getting that MVP as well as 100% kill participation is pretty crazy. 7-0-10, they had 17 kills and my dude was in every one. Tower damage 0 though, damn, what are you doing, bruv? Anyways, 66,000. Oh, I love his number, 66444. But anyways, we get the results screen over here. 15 minutes, 7-17 scoreboard. We'll get a player head-to-head pretty much soon, but you can clearly see it was quite of a dominating game. Yellowstone did try to respond a few times here and there, but it was not exactly enough. 2 Lords and 2 Turtles into the favor of Team Daku Sena and 7 turrets as well. Okay, it's impressive. There was still an inhibitor standing somewhere. Oh yeah, on the top lane because they, came in with the bottom lane. I love the KD of course, Dave over here. 1-1-1-1-1. Hopefully, like, he...
11.
Yeah, or he's just trying to say just he's the only one, right? But... Oh, on the upside as well, Funny Valentine 608. He also did not get taken down a single time because he was making sure to have the proper defense. I think he did not build immortality, right? Yeah, he did not go for the immortality and still he survived it with the magic defense that he had. And I think in a way Esmeralda kind of helped him a few times by giving him the extra shield in some team fights that kind of helped him sustain. I feel like that's the case, but right now we're just getting a little bit more of them, but I think player head-to-head will get a little bit more detailed and a little bit more on-looking, version of this statistics, and I'm just waiting out for that one. And a goal advantage of close to 12,000. You can see that 37 versus 49k in a 15-minute mark. I think that's a really, really good showcase over here. There we go, head-to-head coming in. Funny Valentine 608. Impressively, Skyzen was dishing out so much more damage. Because he was just trying to target Peter every time around, every second I think, but that is just insane stuff, right? But anyways, head-to-head on the jungle. I think Ezo tonight, just being on the final day, I think his presence was really elevating because I think without them, I mean, yes, they got clean sweep, but I think a really good competition came in. So, as my boy, really good job over there. I think Peter could not get a chance to shine this time around much until that last team fight. And I think that last team fight was just really amazing. It was a full-on wombo combo of every resource thrown into the face of Yellowstone, and it was really well done.
10.9 on a roamer, bro. 10.9 on a roamer. That is amazing coming in from this guy.
Yeah, 94% teamfight participation as well. Lemonade, though, I think he might get the sandbag or maybe the Esmeralda. I'm not really sure we'll get... Oh, no, I think it might just be the Phobius as well. But yeah, Dave this time around had a little bit more of a passive role, but he did provide the initiations that they really desperately needed in those crucial moments. And of course, the Alice, Throne of Ruin, Flicker combo is one of the most unpredictable stuff that you have in a game present right now. But there we go, Ryu redeeming himself from the El Aura moment from the previous game, getting the MVP, getting the rich guy, and getting the carry all to his favor. Sandbag goes to Skyzen with 139,000. So yep, it was the Esmeralda, and Wingman goes to the favor of Jazz with 98% teamfight participation. I think he just missed out on a few, and because of that he missed it. But still, the side of Daku Sena will prevail tonight from a 0-2 brackets on the brink of extinction, basically. They were going to be, losing it out from the Swiss stages, and they couldn't even make it. But the moment, they've joined in, since then they have been on an incline, and looks like they're going to be climbing even higher heights. And, hopefully they can climb the hills, which is of course the northeast, because of course the LAN is going to happen there, guys, and let's see if they will make it. But congratulations to Daku Sena for qualifying for the round robin phases. And sorry, anything you want to say before we still have another match? It's going to be Noctura versus Eternal Torment going in the same final round. The winner goes to the round robin, and the loser, they are eliminated from the competition. Anything you want to say, Sarah?
We've got 2 last slots left into the round robin slots. We've got 6 out of 8, and DS are going to be the newest ones to join the list of the other top dog teams. So the next 2 games are going to be very thrilling, even more than this one. We saw Ryu having some aura minus, and then he came back with a good redemption. They've Bush going from being a one-trick Esmeralda to an Alice player, and Funny Valentine from his comfort marksman to a fighter gold, and performing so well onto that as well. Yellowstone, unfortunately, their journey is going to end here. The lineup change didn't really help them. However, they tried their best. They made it so far, and we are all proud of them for doing this much for all of us, for the community and the viewers. So we'll wish them the best of luck for their future endeavors, and congratulations to Daku Sena for making it up to the round robin. That is it for game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. This was me, Sarah, alongside Ray, the voices for this game. We'll be back with game number 2 very soon.
Do you think I'm crazy? I've got Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the Mythic Showdown Season 2, brought to you by War Drum Games. And here we are finally with the game number 2 for the night, and this is going to be between Team Noctura Esports, and they are taking on Team Eternal Torment onto the 2-2 bracket. So this is going to be a best of 3 elimination match. So whichever team who are able to win off onto this best of 3 series will be qualifying for the round robin. Meanwhile, whichever team will be losing it out will be eliminated from the Mythic Showdown. So this is going to be a do or die situation from either of the sides. Eternal Torment as well as Team Noctura Esports, they have conceded 2 wins and 2 losses. So, this is going to be the final countdown for both of the sides. I'll be your co-caster Itami, and joining me onto the left is going to be none other than STZ. He kind of looks dehydrated because he was, out under the weather. So I hope STZ has been a bit better. So how are you feeling right now, Ash?
It's like today we have the whole asylum here because you have been suffering from that back pain due to that fall, and me suffering from the cold as well. And we were absent in this 3-4 days from Mythic Showdown Season 2. You entered yesterday. Today it's my comeback time, and it's not only my comeback time. It's 3 teams who need to make their comeback today if they really wants to be in the round robin stage. Already one team already entered into the round robin stage. It is Daku Sena. Now it is time for Crux Requiem. Then we have Yama Esports. We have Team Noctura Esports. We have Team Eternal Torment. 4 teams and 2 slots for the round robin. And it will be the slot for the LAN as well, you can say, because this top 8 teams will be fighting with each other and will be getting that slot into the LAN, which is going to be happen in Manipur, but it can be changed into Guwahati, as my friend yesterday explained to you guys, that we need the views, we need the reach, and for that, if you really want to do the LAN at Guwahati, give us that views, give us that reach, give us that support, which we need from the starting of the event. And we have been doing so well till now. So we want all of you to actually give your best for us, like not with the luck, but also with those support. You can show your support by just sharing the stream to your friends, liking the stream, comment in the stream, and do not forget to subscribe our channel, because this love, this support will always boost our morale. Right now we'll be entering into the draft phase, me STZ with Itami. Itami, I want to ask you this thing. Like, I've been I've been watching the game actually, because every day I was watching at least one game. But today, like Team Noctura versus Eternal Torment, this game is our game. So we're gonna cast this game out. But I'm gonna ask you this thing, like, whom do you think have the potential to actually be into the round robin stage? Is it Eternal Torment, a Elite Leaderboard team, or is it Noctura Esports? Rebranded their name. Team is kind of messed up right now, having a new lineup. Today I heard that Kyle is not going to be in the goal, like the gold standard. It will be Tuba. So do you feel like they have the chance here, because Win is not there as well? It's Haruka into the EXP. So a lot of changes has been happened when the Mythic Showdown Season 2 started for Noctura Esports. So do you feel like today Noctura can actually achieve the feat and can go to the next level, that is the round robin stage? Or is it Eternal Torment once again bringing the Torment to this new teams? I mean, to this Noctura Esports, because like Eternal Torment face off SA Duel from the very first day. So that the level of challenges this team is facing from the very beginning of the showdown.
Yeah, of course, like that is actually a good question, Ash. And I think, for the side of Team Noctura Esports, it's just the star players are definitely there. They have Kimi, they have Kyle, and they have Faden. They also had Win. Now it is replaced by Haruka. But they do have the star players potential. They do have the experience. The only issue right now is the synergy as well as the miscommunication that has been happening. So I think draft-wise as well, they are able to keep up with the opponents. But what happens is, once the game progresses, Noctura are more bound to lose out when it comes to the objectives. So they are able to figure it out. And if the synergy is actually up to the point, like I would like to give a prime example for the side of Elusivity Esports. This team has been showing up the synergy as well as the teamwork makes the dream work kind of a thing. So I think Noctura Esports as well, if they are able to find that missing piece, then maybe they might be able to keep up against Team Eternal Torment. This is one of the teams who has been on to a major grand finals recently, and they faced SATUL onto there. Even though the outcome was not there, but definitely they are a good contender too. So when it comes to the synergy, I think Team Eternal Tournament definitely has it. And Eternal Tournament, if they are able to make a clean sweep, then that is going to be one of the teams you will definitely try to watch out onto the top 8.
Of course, and seeding into the Swiss stage just because you are into the leaderboard, and right now seeding into the level up stage, that is the round robin, in which you are going to play against each and every team for a BO3 series. You will have that potential to actually show up your real energy into the land of dawn, and only 4 teams will be the survivor, and they will be representing themselves into the land. This is Mythic Showdown Season 2, guys, powered by War Drum Games, and you all know, this is one of the best league right now in India. Already we have seen the Mythic Showdown Season 1. It was not from War Drum, from another organization, but there we saw LCF won the championship, and now this LCF got rebranded into the name to Noctura Esports. So you can say they are the defending champions of Mythic Showdown Season 1. And today is the time for the elimination round, and they are into the verge of elimination. If I recall the Mythic Showdown Season 1 LCF game, they went to the lower bracket, come back into the finals, take on to the Tartarus that time. And now this Tartarus, 2 of the finals team got rebranded into Crux Requiem and Noctura. And today, 2 of the teams are on the verge of elimination, Itami. This is kind of mother of coincidence, you can say, but this is what's happening in the Mythic Showdown Season 2. This means it's not everybody's cup of tea to be into the pro scene every time, to be into the obvious winning scene. It's whoever grinding more are really into closer to the mark of winning scene, like Sacred Shrine, the new powerhouse, you can say, or Elusivity Esports, who are right now representing in each and every finals, even though they're losing out from Sacred Shrine, but still they are the finalists. So this type of teams have grinded more, and we need the same grinding energy from Eternal Torment as well as from Noctura, from Crux Requiem to Yama Esports. These 4 teams are right now there. 2 slots are open for the round robin stage, and only 2 teams will be seeding into it. And this is not the thickest, not the deep into the Swiss stage. This is the last into the Swiss stage, because last day for the Swiss stage, and this is day number 10. You're right now watching the game number 1, which will be between Team Noctura versus Team Eternal Torment. And we have seen both of the teams playing so far good into the scenario, into the Swiss stage, but they're right now in the 2-2 bracket. And Itami, I feel 2-2 bracket is kind of the BO5 series, in which you have 2 points and your opponents have 2 points, and you just need 1 point to be into the glorified stage, that is the round robin. So what do you believe? This composition from Eternal Torment, Puni and the co, and from the side of Noctura, you have Serarmon. So both of them, Puni and Serarmon, both of them are good with the Hayabusa. They're so well with the Haya. So do you feel something gonna happen when we're gonna see that this clash of the jungler, 50-50 retribution battle, or the macro plays? Because I believe Eternal Torment really relied to this micro play, or not to the macro. And the super macro plays is already been shown by Noctura Esports from the very beginning of the race. So what do you feel today? We're gonna see some agony, or it will be normal, but quite competitive from both these sides?
Yeah, I think, like you have already explained it out, that Noctura Esports, they are lacking with the synergies, and Team Eternal Tournament, like you already mentioned it out, that they are one of the contenders. And the thing with them is the hero pool is not exactly the issue, and they are quite versatile with the picks. They have adapted with the fighter gold lane as well, and sometimes Puni, he is known out for his assassins as well as the fighter junglers that he used. Previously he played for ABM as well, and the guy was quite a nuisance onto the alpha. So I think Puni, he has the versatile kind of a hero pool, and ETR definitely are going to be a strong contender against, even for the like of Team NOC, formerly known as Team LCF. They did their rebrandings, but still some of the rosters, the roster actually is completely changed out, except for Serarmon, who was the winner for the Mythic Showdown Season 1 with LCF. So I think they still have to make out the difference. They still have to compete with the synergy that they have. So hopefully they will be able to keep up with the hype that they have.
Obviously, and you have Innocent, you have Super Prime Papu. It's changed his name to Papu, but Super Papu, or you can say whatever. Super Prime Papu's actually plays very nice into the Grok. So do Kim. If you're gonna talk about the Gatot Kacha, both of them are well known for the Gatot, but Kimi is kind of a little bit upper hand into the Gatot Kacha. He's kind of flex into it. He's kind of comfort into it as well. So this time, I mean, I believe this will be a neck to neck, nerve to nerve, head to head, whatever you can think. The fight will be like that because both these sides have good composition, good hero pool, and the rotation mark is so good as well. So I believe like this game will be going for a third game decider, not like 2-0, which happened in the last one by Daku Sena. I don't believe like this will be so easy for both these sides, Noctura and Eternal Torment. They will be giving the full fight to the last breath fight, whatever you can say. They might gonna give that thing to us. And now I believe like all the teams are ready, so we should go into the drop stage. And it's been a long time, and I believe the meta shift will actually gonna help both these sides. And you know, like you need to acquaint with the meta shift. Nowadays, I'm really surprised that it's only Joseph who pulled out that Martis pick in Indian scene, while Martis is right now having a good buff. So do the Balmon. If you're gonna talk about the Balmon, the first skill is right now giving 40% damage reduction for 3 seconds, and the ultimate is also giving a lot of damages. So Balmon, Martis, Amon even, and you know, like Amon is being played into the goal in NPL Turkey. So I believe this type of synergy, this type of composition might be seen in Mythic Showdown Season 2 because players are getting acquainted with the meta shift. And whatever I believe, like Lancelot for nowadays is kind of rusty. But at the same time, if you're good with it, like Ryu did in the last game, he brought that 7-0-11 KDA with that Lance. And if you can bring out that comfort zone with the Lancelot, you can actually pull it out. So do the Ishan Shin, so do the Hayabusa. But talking about this Martis, Amon, and Lucas as well. So, and if you're going to talk about the, as I mentioned, the Balman, this type of heroes can be seen into the jungle. Into the EXP, I'm not sure like why people are not picking out the glue. The glue is right now in the meta as well. They're going with the UMS and all. So now it's time for us to enter into the draft stage. And I believe like we're going to be knowing what these two teams will be picking out for the best in this BO3 series. Itami, what do you feel? Like, are we going to see some comforts or the meta or something unusual like off meta?
Okay, I think they will be trying to. They will actually try to, prioritize most of the heroes that has been picked out earlier, as well as the heroes they are comfortable with as well. But for the side of Team Noctura, I'm not seeing Kimi onto the lineup. So who is it actually onto the roam? Is it Duba or maybe is it Haruka? So that is going to be one of the questions as well. I actually would like to see without Kimi. Yeah, most probably should be Haruka or even Duba. I do have seen him playing the roam as well. So it could be the case, but ETR firstly banning out Serar Moon's Hayabusa, so it could have been quite prioritized, but Serar won't be getting his hands onto the ninja, unfortunately for this game, and jungler bans are getting prioritized apparently instead of the fighter, something we don't see quite often, but still understandable as well as justified bans so far.
Haruka, Duba, and like nowadays the goal laner can actually play out the EXP lane because we have been seeing the fight meta going into the goal. So this is not a big deal for Duba or Kyle, but Kyle. Talking about Kyle, we know that he's kind of comfort to the goal lane MM more than the fighters, but he is pulling out that Esmeralda pick from the day one of Swiss stage in Mythic Showdown Season 2. Let's see what planned for tonight, and we have a ban onto the Kalea. And the Hayabusa will be taken out. Kalea, a trademark pick for Kimi. So too for the Haruka. So this is a good ban coming in. And the Lancelot will be taken out with the CC out there. It's right on to the point because you cannot give out the CC. Otherwise, the Gatot Kacha might come up and the combo might gonna affect your play. And now the third ban from the side of team Eternal Torment. It will be the Predren. Last ban coming out soon. Baxia or something else. Let's see. Oh, okay. It's a Hilda.
Yeah, this is a dangerous class, so it is kind of, completely justified why the Hilda is banned out. If she's not, then she can use the passive onto her full advantage. Not just the healings, but she will be providing a lot of vision for the side of his team. So, which makes Hilda a ban-worthy hero, at least for this game. But a first pick Esmeralda is coming out from the side of Team ETR. So this kind of denies the fact that the Lapu Lapu could have been prioritized from the side of Team NOC. So, because Esmeralda is kind of a hard counter against a Lapu Lapu. So it would have been the case, but EXP has already been prioritized and looks like it is going to be the Black Dragon. The Yuzhong, he has received some buffs, and right now I think when it comes to the turtle fights, when it comes to getting out the major objectives, Yuzhong's Black Dragon form is going to be playing a major role onto that. But for this game, how well will be the zoning? And there you go. Like I was already saying, they picked out Esmeralda first, that they could make sure that they will be able to get the hands onto the Lapu Lapu, and NOC won't be
Wow.
trying to get the Lapu for their side. So, good decisions coming up.
Kimi open right now. So do the Jushin. Eve is also there. So I'm not sure like they're going for the mid lane pick here or for the jungle because Ishin already been sown there. Another Hayabusa is banned. So do the Lancelot. So the counter which exists for the Ishin is the Amon. But we're not gonna see the Amon into the tournament scene for now. But we're gonna see something else. But no, I told you. Like the Gatotkacha is the emperor in the roaming section at this point. He is the biggest flex and he is the biggest engager as well as the disengager in the game. The AOG works as a both like engage, disengage, and this thing also giving the pick-off combo with that Lapu Lapu's bravest fighter and the Esmeralda Moonfall. I believe the composition is too tanky here. We're not going to see a carry, might not be there, but Natan. Do you think like Natan could be the option for Kyle here because his Esmeralda has been taken out, and the second thing is Lapu Lapu has been taken out, CC has been banned, Arlot or a proper go lane MM?
They actually, for an Esme, I think going out for a marksman is not actually going to be a good idea. And considering the fact NOC got the hands onto the Grok as well when it comes to the initiation, so the playmaker heroes are there for both of the sides. The Katot could just go in with the AOG, that can just engage, and of course the Grok with the walls as well as the tectonic charge will be capitalizing when it comes to freezing out the minions as well. So Grok here could really be a game changer kind of a pick for the side of team NOC. They are able to execute it quite well, and even if the turtle fight is happening, there is a possibility that Grok can just reset out the turtle too. So that has been quite of a chance. But you were mentioning out the Kimi, and for the mid lane, both of the teams are yet to prioritize a mid laner. The Kimi has been banned out, so what leaves out onto the options? The Eve is there, the Jushin is also there. So a lot of options are actually still open. Yeah, exactly. Kadita is also there. But the problem is like they NOC, except for the YSS, it's kind of looking more of a utility kind of a draft. So let's see what's gonna happen.
But this Xbox ban is right to point, Itami, because like Esmeralda might be there into the goal lane, so she can actually feel that pressure onto Xbox. Because Xbox kind of reach out those true damage, but I believe like Xbox might not be the option for the side of NOC because like you got the Yuzhong, he's kind of not that much sustainable. It's more into the damage plus sustain. You need to build out that War Axe from the first build and then can go for the Dome or Oracle, or might be going for the Queen Swing as well. But talking about the backline, they're yet to pick their backline, that is the mid laner, and it's not even currently it's not even selected out. It might be a Lilia as well, but the backline will be getting a lot of trouble due to that Black Dragon being there. You're gonna actually go for that backline aggression, or you can say that to stumble out the backline a little bit. But there you go, told you, Lucas might be the option in this new meta shift of jungle, and the Eve as well coming in there. But Eve being the stationary and Yuzhong out there, might be a problem for the mid laner of the side of team Eternal Torment. Let's see what will be the counter. Oh my goodness. Going with the Alice. How can I forget this beast there? And the Valentina coming in with the Lucas being there. So counter, comfort, everything settled for both these sides. And the 5-on-5 draft is being on. NOC versus Eternal Torment is going to play at Mythic Showdown Season 2. Swiss stage day number 10. 2-2 bracket. Me, Ash, TZ with Itami gonna cast it out to entertain you all. Do not forget and make sure that you will be watching it out with your friends, opening up your chips pack, and we're gonna see this composition looking so well, so perfect from both these sides. Pick off combo. Let's talk about the Lapu Lapu, Gatot Kacha, Esma, Lucas being there can actually go to the backline disruption. So do the Yuzong from the side of NOC. So you can break out the draft a little bit more than usual, but we'll be heading into the game. So Itami, what do you feel will have the pressure, will have the chance to actually grab on the first win and make a lead into this BO3 series, into this elimination stage?
I just realized the fact that Kyle is on Yuzhong onto the gold lane. So I actually haven't seen a Yuzhong onto the gold, but the biggest advantage as well as the plus point is Yuzhong is really really strong actually right from the start of the game. So once he gets the Fury Hammer, he will be able to capitalize a lot when it comes to the team fight. And Esmeralda, of course, she will be requiring the Enchanted Talisman so that the mana consumption will be reduced. So I think Yuzhong will be having quite of an advantage. And when it comes to the zoning, I've already mentioned it out that the dragon will be quite helpful on to the zoning when it comes to the turtles. But this is going to be the game number 2, match number 2 for game number 2. Match. I'm so sorry. I'm getting kind of stumbled. It is. Yep, that is going to be the game number 1 and match number 2 between Team ETR going on to the left, and they are taking Team NOC on to the right. Myself, I'm Idami, and joined by Ash TZ. So this game is going to be for the match point, and it is going to be a single elimination this time. This is a best of 3 series. So here we go. Here we are onto the Land of Dawn.
Hand of Dawn set for the fiery way, and we're gonna see that both the junglers taking up their aggro, and like Ishan Shin will always have that first jungling clearance, but now he's getting a lot of stun out there. The second skill popped up from Gatot Kacha, but he can't go for the early zone here. The wall popping there as well. Ishan Shin needs to take out that lava golem. It's still on for him, and like lava golem actually gave a lot of EXP, and you cannot ignore it out totally.
Yeah, of course. Like for now, YSS as well, he needs to make sure that he doesn't get taunted by the Gatot Kacha when he tries to engage it out. Kyle is making full use of that early game advantage, even though he was actually trying to freeze out the lane so that Esme would have been able to, last it onto the minions, but she will just be able to do so, and the turtle will be onto the top. So the Black Dragon coming up onto the turtle, the chances are quite less, but if the lane clearance is up to the point, then maybe he will be able to contribute onto that. Level 4 mark for Serar Moon as well as the level 4 mark for Puni is already there. The turtle will be spawning out of the next few seconds, and I think it will be Puni actually, who will be, not Puni actually, but it will be Serar Moon who will try to contest out the turtle first.
He got the level 4 mark before Puni, and now he's being there zoning off the turtle. Is hiding in the bush of the dangerous grass. This is the thing, you can actually do 2 things in dangerous grass. You can actually clutch out the turtle, or you can start it out. But Saramun going for the starting of the turtle dance, and we're gonna see the zone coming in by Tatakai. He might go for that bravest fighter and can make out the dance for the turtle, but it's getting reset out, and the fight with coming on. First blood being taken out by Juba onto Crazy Pappu. I'm gonna see Puni going in there, double for Puni, and Tatakai will be taking out Faded as well. 3-man down with the Kyle going in with the Black Dragon from Puni falls down after the double, and now he's getting cornered. So we're gonna see the blood out coming in, but Rhinocent will be the one giving out the final blow into the Haruka. My goodness, we're gonna see the final battle coming in before the turtle, and it will be the 4-2 score. A beautiful trade being settled out, and now the turtle dance still going on. But we're gonna see the contest coming in. Tatakai going for the zone. Turtle getting reset once again, but I believe like this wall is the thing which is resetting it out. Puni finds the turtle. Easy one.
Yeah. 4 for 2 as well. So ETR having a blast of a start right from it, and Tatakai with the zonings as well as the initiations from Puni was up to the point. Even if Kyle did try to initiate with the Black Dragon form, he was taken down onto the process. So it wasn't quite worth it for the side of Team NOC. The miscommunications is still showing up onto that, and they are kind of struggling because of it. And hopefully they will be able to bounce back with the game being progressed out onto the mid game. But for now, Eternal Torment will be trying to extend out the lead as much as possible. So what's going to be happening? I think for now they will be trying to get some visions onto Puni's orange buff, but it is a Lucas and he will be able to sustain it out even if he tries to fight. So Eternal Torment, by far good lead. Valentina actually has the beast form, so she can go out with the initiation, but the problem is she will not be as sustainable as a Lucas. You can engage with the fight, you might be having the damage, but there is a possibility. Without the team fights, there is a team fight though.
The zone comes up, unleash the beast being on as well. Dova finds a kill onto Puni. Black Dragon coming in. Kyle goes in there, but look at the damage being done onto the crazy Pappu, and he'll be taken out by Stararmon. What a way. 4-man went for that skirmish, finds 2 kills and settle out the micro score into the hand.
2 for none, and they just just like that they just settled it out. And NOC looks like they are coming back with the 2 for none treat. The turtle will be spawning onto the next 20 seconds, and the lead is not that massive for the side of Team ETR. NOC are coming back when it comes to the team fight. So the teamwork is going to be mattering the most. Haruka is playing the poking games, and look at the priority emblems. Alice has the tank emblem, so it's only the YSS majorly who will be dishing out the most of the damage for the side of their team. And for Team Eternal Torment, it actually could be the Lucas because he has the Assassin emblem instead of a fighter. The turtle already being spawned. First item priority, interesting enough, Alice went out for the Curse Helmet, which will help her out when she tries to engage out with a sustain. They just go back, and looks like there might be the team fight coming up. Puni will be the one trying to contest out the turtle first. Serar Moon is waiting for the right opportunity to just engage it out. What it is going to be happening. They are taking their times though.
Taking their time, as well as I believe Team Eternal Torment will not having this turtle for free, because it will be a big contest out there. The zone is proper, it's a seeker being made, and we're gonna see those grasses are helping a lot to that Faden. Faden is gonna give a lot of hardship to the side of Eternal Torment because of the IMU ultimate. It's gonna be a not so easy for the side of Team Eternal Torment to actually contest out the turtle. Kyle goes in with the Black Dragon, River Spider coming in as well. The Broadwind comes up, the Radwood with the retreat finds the turtle there as well. Went for the skirmish, crazy Pappu falls down, Innocent finds a kill onto Duba, slain him out there. 1 for 1 is the score right now. Sliver of HP, Tatakai goes in, Sarat falls down, Kyle as well, little help Kai. In the meantime, we're gonna see the 1v1 going there, and Haruka, my goodness, goes for the kill, finds Puni out there, and now goes back into the safer zone, but will be getting cornered as well. 2 people are going in. It's 2 of them giving out the rotation. RWM popped up this time from Faden though, and using the blood, he goes back as well.
Oh, that was close. Actually, Kai could have been taken down from her own ultimate. The key, the chessboard, the real world manipulation copied by Faden. So Valentina definitely has a lot of versatility onto this match, because there is a lot of ultimates she could actually copy it out as well. The beast form, the RWM, and there are other options too. Like the AOG could also be quite up handy. So it depends upon how will Faden try to initiate onto that, because he has the Brave Smite, so he has that kind of sustain for the side of him as well, and he went for the glowing one first, so it will be giving out the burn damage that they need. And NOC, they are trying to extend it out with the goal lead, but it's still Team ETR somehow holding it out. So the goal difference is not that much, and the match is still going out quite equal. Look at the gold rankings as well. It is Innocent as well as Kyle. They almost have it out same.
Yeah. And now we're gonna see the zone coming out onto the bot, and it might be a problem for Kyle as well, but he do have the Black Dragon, so ultimate, so he might be gonna dodge it out easily. But this is the thing we're gonna talk about in the latter phase. When the fight will be approaching out there, damages are kind of same from both the sides, but Duba is not that much sustain if you're gonna compare it out with Crazy Pappu. The Mountain Shocker released, one comes up, Puni goes in there, but will be coming back as well without any handful of kills. It's just the resetting out the Lord, the dancing is going on there. They're gonna not stall it out for a little bit seconds, but we're gonna see that it's a contest being done from the side of ETR as well. They're starting out the lot from their side. I'm going to see the second skills popping over there. All the beat coming in. Puni goes in with aggression, and they're cornering out Duba there. Duba goes back into the hand, but from the behind, we're going to see Faden coming in with Ali the Beast as well. Tatakai finds a kill out of Sararmun before the lot, and now it might be Faden falling down as well with the RWM popping over there. Kai got the kill. Kyle comes in. Puni falls down. Both the junglers are taken up at this moment from both these sides, but now the Blada comes up as well, absorbing doing on by Rhinocent there with the falling moon.
Yeah, they just lose out the junglers too, though. Like Serar as well as Puni fell out onto the process. If Serar wouldn't have been losing out their life, then maybe NOC would have been contending out for the Lord. But the jungler is going to be requiring a lot onto the fight, and it's not just the late game phase yet. So the dead timers is not going to be quite much, but the sandbag for this game for now is going to be the Gatot Kacha. The damage taken is highest from his side. It is understandable because he is just going in with the AOGs, trying to make those plays, trying to make those taunts. But NOC actually, when it comes to the team wise, they are having the better trade. But still, ETR, I think because of the team fight composition, they are still able to have the advantage.
Tuba got 2 kills as well. 2-2-3 is the KD for Tuba. Being a roamer, he's having a good KD. I'm really awestruck about it. But now you're going to see the Lord Dance is still going on. It's been 2 minutes and we're seeing the Lord Dance carrying on from both these sides. So nobody is actually going for it. It's because last time both the junglers falls down. Now it's a Rarmon using his will be trying for the zone, but oh my goodness, Puni goes in with Alice the Beast. Mikhail climb up for Tatakai. Kai falls in as well. Haruka goes down, shut down for Kai. Kyle goes in with the Black Dragon, but now he's getting cornered. Sararmun shutting down Tatakai. Double being secured. AOG being used for the save. And now they're just retaliating back, and this time it's the jungler for ETR who falls down, but Sarah standing strong. There might be a chance they can actually go for the Lord, but I believe Rhinocent might be the one giving out that hindrance to Sararmun here. He goes in there with the falling moon. Now we're going to absorb it out, but the knockoff from the Lord was too high there. Crazy Papu goes
look
back.
at Kyle! Kyle is just trying to chase out Rhinocent onto there, and it looks like Crazy Papu was trying to use out the AOG. Sararmun is already quite low onto the HP, but still it will be Team NOC able to get the Lord somehow. Losing out the jungler for the side of Team ATR made it out quite crucial for the side of Team NOC to just prioritize the neutral objective, and that is going to be the first Lord going out for the side of Team NOC. So the lead is extending, but the thing is, tower advantage is still there for the side of Team Eternal Torment. It's only actually one tower that Team NOC was able to secure, and for the other side as well. So in terms of the macro, both teams, performing really well, I would say.
Yeah, and talking about the micro as well, if you're gonna see like 11-10, it is not so far, not so high, but RWM popping now there by Faden. It's IMU, but kill spree coming on by Sararmun. He goes in with the immune, finds the kill, and now might going for a double, but oh my goodness, Crazy Papu.
Look at Kyle.
Perfect timing for AOG. He goes back there, but Kyle being there will be taking him out as well. No, he's still standing strong. He goes back with a sliver of HP, but minions flow into the
my god!
Look at that zone from Faden. Tatakai goes down, mega kill onto Innocent. 2-man falls in. Haruka and the Co are now taking out those holy blessings out from the inhibitors. Lord marching in the top. Inhibitor might be falling out as well. All those inner and outer turrets has been taken down from the top and the top and the mid. And now is the time for the inhibitors to be taken out as well. RWM popping in there by Faden. And Kai goes in as well, but it will be Sarah taking out Puni with Unstoppable. My goodness, he's just 1 hour from the monster. Let's see if we can actually secure it out as well. But inhibitor, it will be taken out as I told you. But now you're going to see the skirmish still going in, and it will be Kyle taking out Papu from the map with a killing spree.
No, they did got the trade though, and looks like one by one they will just be losing out the inhibitor towers. Maybe they might be going out for the end as well.
Okay, the base is open. Kai falls down, and now the minions, the chunky ones, are going in there. My goodness, the monster secured by Serrar. The ultimatum, the jungler who always carry out the team is right now really carrying it out. And there you go, another corner has been happened. Haruka will be taking out Puni. The final blow has been given not only to the ATR but to the base as well. And it will be team Noctura Esports starting their way in this BO3 series. The Swiss stage 2-2 bracket, day number 10, Noctura finding the win and will be leading it out with a 1-0. Let's see if they can actually go for the 2-0 clean sweep, or it will be Eternal Torment giving out that comeback. But what just happened? Everything was settled. 11-10 was the score. Macro was kind of same, but then the Lord and the fight in which we saw like a little bit overextension from Papu. And he used those two AOP not for the engage, but for the save. And after that, everything falls behind into the hand of Eternal Torment.
This is a Yuzhong gold lane, guys, and of course it is going to be Kyle with the MVP. Actually a deserving one, considering the fact he was doing the zoning onto the backlines, making sure the petrifies as well as the sustain coming off from the Yuzhong was way too massive onto this game, so that they make sure Eternal's backlines as well as the major damage dealer are taken down before the fight. Kyle made sure that once he goes out for the engages, he will be getting out the trades. A lot of skirmish that happened for the side of team NOC, but Kyle only losing his life once, it is actually commendable. And they were trying to mark out Puni as much as possible. That made him fell off 8 times onto this game. So as like being a jungler as well as a Lucas, I think Lucas is known for his sustain, but I think it was the issue with the assassin emblem instead of a fighter, so the sustain was not there, and he was supposed to be the major damage dealer for the side of his team. But for this game, it is team NOC coming out onto the top.
Told you, like, the Eve composition in this team will not gonna work against a Yuzhong. Like Yuzhong is known for his backline disruption, and he can easily reach out to the backline with the Black Dragon form. And every time in the team fights, when RW being used, it was not Kai, it was Faden actually. So this is the thing. You're not having those comfort zone for yourself because of the Yuzhong. So Kyle was every time zoning you out, and that's the main reason. The two damage dealer, it is Puni and Kai, who falls down every time. And that gives the power spike to the side of team Noctura Esports. And now you're gonna see the head-to-head coming in. It is Kyle versus Rhinocent, and both of them, I will say, played so well into the goal. The zone, the rotation, everything was clear from both the sides for both the goal laners. But talking about the jungling, Sararmun passed out Puni at a point after taking out the Lord, and continuous fight. Monster secured, double secured, went for the legendary, but it is obviously Kyle who got the MVP there. And this Faden's last moment Valentina pick was literally game-changing as well, because he was taking out Unleash the Beast, RWM. Even we saw that he took out the AOG once as well. So this is the thing. When you're having the Valentina and this much ultimate you can cop it out, you're really having the fun time. Let's see who will be having this, the carry, Goldarn, the Reach guy, and the Sandbag here. I believe Sandbag might be going to Rhinocent, because he's the one who was there and taking out all those damages, absorbing it out. I told you, Rhinocent will be there for the Sandbag. And Wingman is obviously Duba with the Grok. We thought like Haruka will be there for the roam, but it was Duba. But guys, Duba is actually the Wingman, because he do have the skills as well. That guy was literally having the fascinated KDA for him. The carry goes to... Okay, the carry goes to Kai because of the damage dealt he has done. But he couldn't carry this.
Yeah, the zoning was actually up to the point from Kai as well onto this game. Like, he was trying to zone out Faden, but what happened was the backline as well as the attacks from the Yuzhong made the difference for the side of team NOC. And he was just, as soon as the Eve was using out the RWM, I think she was the RWM was being used out. Kyle just went it with a Black Dragon form, trying to mark out the backline, which made the Eve really vulnerable onto that position. So that did make sure that it will not be the engages coming around from their side. And it looks like now Team Eternal Tournament, I think draft wise, if the Lucas is trying to play out for the objectives, he should go out with a fighter emblem, and it should be someone else who should be the core damage dealer for the side of your team.
Of course, and now we'll be heading into the second game, which is so important for Eternal Torment because of their because of their loss in the first one, and it might be the last one for them as well, because this is the duo that I said for them. Match point will be going onto the hand of Noctura Esports. What a play style, what a composition they went for, and then in the early game they do have a little bit hindrance, a little bit backlash, but then we saw the clash coming in, the objective securance by Serrar, and then the fights being won by them as well. And it was mostly obviously the Kyle was zoning out perfectly and waiting for the perfect moment to actually dive in as well. So this is the thing. I mean, when you're playing with a Yuzong into the goal, like you don't have to go for the opening. You need to go into the last moment and can actually give out a lot of trouble. And the finishing job was there for Serrar, and he did it. So let's see what will be the composition for the second game. But I don't believe like this Lucas thing will actually be working against Serrar's Ishan Shin or Assassin junglers. They might would have gone for that Joy, Amon, or maybe Fan could have been a thing as well. But they went for the Lucas. But let's see what will be happening in the second game. We're heading to the drop soon. But Itami, what do you feel? 2-0, 2-1 from Meteor, or 2-1 from Noctura?
I think if Team Eternal Tournament actually wins out on the objectives right from the start, then maybe it could be an equalizer coming out from the side. But looking at the discipline as well as, let's say, the lineup change, NOC was quite impressive onto the first game actually, because the goal lead actually looked quite equal. The game also quite looked equal unless the game actually reached out onto the mid, and Kyle was able to get the itemizations he needed onto the Yuzong. As soon as he got the Warex as well as the dominance eyes, he directly went out for the calls as well as for the initiation onto the backside, making sure they will not be initiating anymore from the side. And looks like the draft as well as the bans, it is looking pretty similar compared to the first game.
Yeah, I mean, from the side of Noctura, we have seen that same Lancelot and the CC ban in the last game. And from the side of Team ETR, they're going for that Hayabusa and the Fedrin as well. But the Fedrin was the third ban, I believe, in the last game. It's fine. I mean, same pretty old bans. I see the third ban might be onto the Hilda again, because it is dangerous grass, if I'm not wrong. Yeah.
It's this expanding river.
Expanding river, sorry. My fault. It is expanding river this time. And like in expanding river, the side laners will have the fun. If you're leaving out the Esmeralda or Lapu Lapu again this time for the side of Team Eternal Torment, this will not be a good cause, because last time, even though it was not expanding river, Rhinocent was giving a lot of zone, lot of rotation onto the top from the ball. And this time it will be the expanding river, so he will be sitting out there every time if you're gonna see in the rotation wise. It will be the Hilda, the same bands coming out from the side of Team Noctura Esports, the last band from the Team ETR. Gatotkasha or Kimi? What could it be?
Kimi can actually be a possibility on the pick actually. If she is not getting picked, banned out onto the second phase, then maybe someone will be trying to pick it out onto the second phase as well. Because Kimi picking out the game quite early could be quite dicey, because she has got a lot of counters when it comes to the dive-in kind of a heroes. So it could be quite of a possibility that even if a Kimi is getting prioritized, oh my goodness, the Yuzong instantly getting locked out. Is it going to be a Yuzong gold lane once again, or is it going to be the Yuzong going onto the EXP lane, and we might be seeing a marksman coming up? We never know until we see the final draft, but it worked out wonders onto the previous game, onto the gold lane. So let's see what's going to happen.
Gatot Kimi is open. They can actually go for the Gatot Kimi composition, or can actually go for the Lapu and the Totkacha as well. But the Lapu didn't work so well in the first match for the side of Team ETR, so I'm not sure if they can actually go for it or not. They're thinking about it, they're taking up their time processing it out. The Totkacha comes up. Second pick, what could it be? Esmeralda, beautifully. Once again picked up. Rinosen or Tatakai, what do you think will be on it?
I most probably think it is going to be Innocent onto the Esmeralda actually, and this makes out the fact that ETR can go out with Lapu Lapu 2 onto this game once they have prioritized the Esmeralda. But the draft is looking pretty similar for the side of Team NOC apparently. It does look like, ETR as well actually. It was Gatut as well as the Esmeralda that was prioritized onto the previous game. The sides have only changed, but the heroes, it still looks the same. It's only, the one difference as well as the difference maker is going to be the fact that the Grok is banned out onto this game, so we won't be seeing the wild charge and let's say the tectonic charge coming around for this game. Initiator as well as the Roma is going to be different. That is the only difference that is going to be here, and looks like once again it is a Yuzhong gold lane considering the fact Alice has been picked out.
Yeah, and let's see, onto the ETR side, they have the Esmeralda. Lapu Lapu is open at this point. If they can actually go for it, or they can actually go for something into the goal, like Natan, Roddy, all these things are open, and we're gonna see the X-Bar. Okay, not sure this X-Bog is the flex for now. It can go to the goal, it can go to the EXP, it can go to the jungle as well, but against Ishanshin jungler, I don't believe X-Bog jungle gonna work so well.
Yeah, of course. Like Xbox, though, if he was not getting picked out, then definitely he would have been banned out onto the second phase. So ATR took, let's say, they took a gamble. They picked out the Xbox, but against utility as well as the fighter kind of a comp, he works out really well because he has the true damage. And once he gets those itemizations, once he gets a Warx, actually, the damage will already be coming up. So he actually can use out the Sky PSL too, but let's see what he is going to be prioritizing onto those items. And okay, the Hylos as well as the Joy has been banned out from both of the sides, so it does mean that they are considering this Xbox to go out onto the EXP or maybe onto the gold lane. So they are not considering the jungle, so they are prioritizing the jungle bans.
I mean, this is the thing. This is a flex pick, I told you before. And Joy would have been a better option against the Ishan Chain. I don't know why they didn't pick it out in the very first phase. But now the last ban from the side of Team Eternal Torment, Kimi or something else into the mid. Because the last time you banned the Kimi, but you picked out the Lucas. They picked out the Valentina and worked so well for the Fedden. And this time, if you're banning out the Kimi, they do give them the chance to pick out that Eve as well. Okay, same pretty old band to say, but the Hylos is the new addition.
Yeah, of course. Like Hylos is the only difference, let's say, at least onto the second banning phase as well as the Joy. So these two heroes have not been banned out previously, and the Kimi was already onto the ban section, but it does leave out the Eve for either of the sides, so they can prioritize out the Eve, but maybe ETR won't be taking the gamble, and okay, NOC will be taking the safer side, not giving out Kai his Eve. And Eve would have been working out against the utility, but neither Faden does want to pick it out. Maybe he will be going out with something else. Jushin is still open. Jushin could actually be a good option against the utility kind of jungles. And the Kadita is also there for the burst, but they are way too sustainable for that. And early as well as the mid, if the Kadita is able to shine onto the early as well as onto the mid, that is the only way that the mage is going to be working out. They will be requiring something that will be giving out the pokes, and maybe Faden will be waiting it out and once again go out with the Valentina. Who knows?
Sure. But the thing is, they're taking out a little bit more time to actually think out the picks.
There you go.
That's a beautiful pick. Jushin out there into the mid. You can actually give that hindrance to the tanky members from the side of Noctura Esports. They're yet to pick their tank as well. So let's see if this Jushin gonna work or not. But against the Jushin, Versa might be the option you can go for. Eve Yeah,
Oh,
fine.
Valentina once
Let's
again.
get going once again with the Valentina, and let me count the ultimates. Uh, Totkacha as AOG, Last Insanity, Crimson Beacon not useful, Moonfall's not useful as well. So currently they do have two ultimates to copy it out, and the AOG is the most vulnerable one because like it can give you that set you wanted from the very beginning and for the opening. And last pick with this Valentina, a Rome. Oh my goodness, the Walking Guardian helmet mentioned by my friend Ray will be there. The Minotaur into the action, guys, and the heal with like I call him the 70% Grok plus 30% Angela. He gives out the heal and he gives out that the crowd control with the help of the Minnow and Fury. So this is a very nice pick, but not sure this pick's gonna work or not. And yet to find out this Xbox into the jungle, or we are going to see something into the gold.
Yeah, Minotaur as well. He received some adjustments. He received actually a buff. It only goes out for one of the members that will be receiving more heal compared to the others. But it is actually a significant buff for him, which made him the priority once again onto the roam section. So I think Minotaur here could actually be the cherry on top. I actually was expecting Putty to go out for the Alpha too. I mentioned it out onto the first game. This guy loves playing out the Alpha. I do have seen him play him out, and it looks like Team ETR. This is going to be the final chance for them. So they are going all out with the Alpha, and against a utility, it can work. So it's all on to the execution. But Sarar Moon has this comfort with the YSS once again.
Alpha in this meta chain, you've got two members who can actually burst out with the true damage, the Xbox and the Alpha. And the sustain will be there with the help of the Force Swing as well. Each and Shin, if he got the early snowball, he can actually be a bloodlust maniac in the Land of Dawn. So far I can say that both the teams having that 50-50 chance to win this game, but Eternal Torment need to win this game if they really wants to be there to play out the third game decider. Otherwise, this will be the farewell game for them from Mythic Showdown Season 2 because match point is on to the Noctura. Let's see who will be taking on the throne, who will be giving on especially into the round robin stage, the ticket to the round robin stage, that two slots being open for these four teams. Proxyquim, Yama Esports going to face up each other after this game. And this is the time for Noctura and Eternal Torment. This is the time for Eternal Torment because if they are not doing it, then they will be out from the league, the Mythic Showdown Season 2, and the dream will be, not gonna be fulfilled to become the champion of India. So let's see, guys, who will be taking on the throne, who will be taking on the Nexus. Will it be Eternal Torment or will it be Noctura? If you're supporting your team, let me know in the comment section. Spam it out there. Noctura for win, or you can say Eternal Torment for the comeback.
Of course, and this time, this is the match point for Noctura Esports, and Team ETR will be heading onto the do or die situation. I actually would like to mention the fact that NOC, their draft is completely similar to the first game except for the Minotaur. It's the only change, and the Grok was banned out, so they went out for the Minnow. But for the side of Team ETR, it's only the Esmeralda as well as the Cutout Kacha which are similar. Rest of the picks, they are completely changed out. Xbox was banned previously onto the game number 1, and they didn't risk it out. Tried to went all out with the Borg. Here we are already onto the Land of Dawn. This is going to be the match number 2, game number 2, and the match is going to be resuming soon. NOC onto the left and ETR onto the right. So here we are, and onto the Land of Dawn once again, HTZ.
Yeah, and this fight is so important for the Eternal Torment. As I mentioned before, the do or die set, and if you need to fulfill your dream, not want to make it unclear for your side, then you need to pull out this game. I mean, the luck was not into their side from the very beginning. They played it out the first game against SATUL, and then they played it out so well into that 0-1 bracket, and the reculmination happened for them. But now they're standing at the verge of elimination once again. Eternal Torment, Puni, Anusko, Tatakai, Guy, Papu, Innocent, and they're known for their gameplay. They're known for their composition. They're known for their teamfight participation. But today, it is Noctura who finds it very well in the first game. Even though the game started so well for Eternal Torment, they couldn't make it sure the discipline will be there in the mid to late phase as well. And at that moment, Team Noctura Esports just snatch it out from their hand, the win, first game win. And whenever you take out the first game in the BO3 series, some people say it's a bait sit. Some people says it build you the confidence for the next game as well. And Eternal Torment right now, if they lose out that confidence, they will lose out this game with a 2-0 clean sweep. But I don't believe this is going to happen. We're going to see the competitive battle tonight here against these two teams. The agony, which was not there in the first game, will be here in this second for Eternal Torment, I believe. And let's see. The match will be starting soon. We're having a little bit of troubleshooting issues, but it will be cleared out soon. And the expanding river. Let's talk about the expanding river, Pitami. Having the composition of Esmeralda, Xbog, do you feel like the expanding river will be the helpful thing for these two side laners? I believe Esmeralda will have a lot of fun, but what about the Xbog? I mean, without the Firaga armor, he's kind of a dustbin.
Yeah, in terms of the movement, he's kind of slow, but I think Yuzhong will also be having more of an advantage when it comes to the expanding river. Once the neutral objective will be spawning, that is going to be the turtle or maybe the lord. So the river, the river control is going to be playing a vital role onto that. So I think the expanding river map will be having quite an advantage, especially to the Esmeralda, because she has the most movement compared to the other heroes onto this game, as well as the Oasis actually, when he uses the Mountain Shocker and he is still onto the boat. That could be happening, but we will just be waiting it out what happens onto this game. NOC have already having the 1 point, so this is going to be the match point for them. I would like to repeat it out once again. And for the viewers, actually, there is still the giveaway going around for 2,500 diamonds. So the giveaway criteria is going to be 250 likes. Once it reaches one of the, I think some of the winners will be announced onto the Discord server. So make sure you have joined out the Discord as well for the announcement. But looks like the troubleshooting finally would be over, and there we go for the second match as TZ.
I mean, guys, 171. Can we reach 200 likes tonight? Because like the reach will help you out to be actually witnessing the land at Guwahati, or else it will be in the Manipur, the beautiful city of India as well. But let's see the reach, the impression, the support you are just powering on us will be a little bit more for us or not from you guys. But let's see, guys, the match is on now. And a little bit haul to Theramun's lava golem once again being sown there. And the lethal lantern will be acquired by the side of Eternal Torment at this moment. Like the alpha jungle. It's been a whole 2 seasons. We have not been seeing this thing frequently. But this guy, Puni, he always gonna show you the alpha jungling. And he not only that jungling, he gonna show you the result as well. A fulfilled result with the alpha jungle. So do you believe like this off-meta pick from Puni, his comfort, will actually be the X factor for this game?
I mean, they do have 2 true damage dealers for this side. It is the Xborg as well as the Alpha. So it could be quite helpful when you are going up against a full utility kind of a comp. And the Valentina also has the Brave Smite. So it can actually work out. But it's all on to the initiation. How well Pappu initiates with the Gatut Kacha is going to be one of the major factors for the side of Team ETR, and how well they are able to get the trades onto those team fights that will be coming up. The turtle has already been spawned, and it looks like Team ETR as well as NOC will be trying to contest it out. Serar Moon is waiting for the opportunity as well as the teammate to be arriving so that he could contest out the turtle, and looks like it is going to be a turtle dance actually. Both of the teams trying for the contention.
Yeah, the contest is still going in. Zone being done by Mountain Shocker, and you're going to see the Bloodwind coming in as well. 2 member getting cornered. Haruka with the wall securing the turtle there. The AOG comes up with the disengage, but this time we're going to see the burst coming out there. Kyle joins in with the Black Dragon. First blood secured by Serar Moon. What a way to take out Puni there. And the dive comes up. Tatakai falls down. Turtle, 2 kills into the hand. Not only that, it will be a double for Serar. 3-man down. A trade of 4 with none being given to Eternal Torment. What a start, a dreamy start for Noctura Esports in the match point game at War Drum Esports.
Haruka with the perfect initiation, I would say. He just went out with the Alice, he used out the ultimate, he got the turtle as well for the side of Team NOC, and they got a 3 for none for their side. So a good head start coming up from the side of Team Noctura Esports already. So ETR, they are kind of struggling when it comes to the team fights. Puni as well as Pappu and Tadakai just went out losing out their lives. So not a dreamy start for the side of Team ETR, but NOC having a good head start once again. And even if the draft is not completely different, it is just the Minotaur that has been changing out. But looks like NOC, they are quite comfortable with the team lineup that is going around right now, the hero lineup specifically.
Yeah, and like the fight was so high there. I mean, it was started from Eternal Torment, and then a sudden you're gonna see the contest out from the from Noctura with the Mountain Shocker release, and you saw that Blood Winds goes in there with the Turtle, Haruka with the Alice, and then he just prioritized three members, and suddenly Kyle also gave out the rotation. And this is the thing. I mean, Black Dragon doesn't need the river, expanding river. He do have his own airline with for the Black Dragon ultimate. He can actually reach out, and not only he reached out there, he actually prioritized a kill as well. And in the meantime, we saw Crazy Pappu falling down into the hand of Serrar as well. Double for Serrar, turtle into the hand. Not to the Serrar, but it was Haruka who steal out the turtle, plus still by him. But still, 3-0, the score is. Macro, the turtle, into the hand of Noctura. A 4 trade without giving none from the very first 3 minutes of the game. And this skirmish is actually going to help out Noctura to build up that early game skirmishes, early game spike into their hand. And we all know, like Ishan Shin having those early game spike into his hand, gonna give out a lot of hindrance to the side of Eternal Torment. And I don't believe Eternal Torment wanted this type of start and this duo right.
Yeah, this is the one thing you actually would try to avoid. Even if you lose out the turtle, you need to make sure that your teammates as well as yourself, you're not losing yourselves out onto that kind of comp. And Eternal Torment, it was just not one, it was not just two, but three of the members directly going out down with the turtle, which made NOC get them back a lot of cool lead for their side. It is going to be extending if they win out more onto the objectives. Pauses over, and once again we are back onto the game. Looks like Eternal Torment, they will be trying to fight it out when it comes to the later team fights, STZ.
Yes, sir. And now it's time for Team Eternal Torment to actually show their tormention, because they have been not showing it so far. I believe we're not going to see some frequent fights here. They'll be waiting out for those objectives to actually pop out, and then they might go for the contest. They might go for those fights you really wanted to see, because if you want to throw out the gold again and again to Noctura, it's not going to help you out much. Lantern Flare coming in there as well.
Yeah, and there might be the initiation. Oh, nah. They will just be backing it out. And looks like both of the teams, they will not be trying to make an overextended kind of a team fight. And Noctura as well, even if they have the lead, they are sticking around with the discipline. The fact that they still have to wait out for the teammates to actually make a perfect set. Minotaur already has the Monian Fury. He can just use it out, use out the Flicker combination as well. It could be happening onto the next turtle, but Haruka is getting quite poked down, but he will just be able to sustain it out. Once again, the turtle spawning. NOC as well as Team ETR will be trying their best, trying to make the turtle dance, but there will be the potential team fight coming around. Before that,
Mountain Shocker release, zone coming in. Kyle goes into the Black Dragon. Richie popped up for Puni. He's got the turtle here, and there you go. The fight comes up. Duma finds a kill onto Puni. Crazy Pappu falls down. Killing spree for Serrar, and now might be grabbing up the double. Crimson Bacon popping over as well, leaving out the zone. But it will be Crazy Pappu, not Crazy Pappu. Tatakai will be securing the kill out there. What a dodge. 5-1 the score is. It's a start for the side of Team Eternal Torment at least. But they got the turtle into their hand, but lose out the team fight. It's actually a 2-for-2 trade, if you're going to count it out.
Yeah, it was actually a 2 for 1, but still the turtle went out for the side of Team ETR. But the disadvantage was the turtle's shield is already up, considering the fact Puni already fell down onto the process. 3 war axes getting prioritized, but before that, the team fight once again.
Yeah, okay. They're not stopping him out.
Yeah.
Just for the lethal though. But it got into the hand of Serak.
And they're just backing it out. I think Team NOC, they will be waiting for that perfect opportunity to actually just went out for the contention and look at the itemization. This time, Kyle hasn't completed his Fury Hammer, and instead he went out for the War Axe for the first priority. And Vices as well, getting the Hunter Strike, and most of the itemizations are done. The first items are actually done, and majority of them are prioritizing the War Axe, which is understandable because both of the drafts, they don't have a marksman for the side, they have the fighters, and this is going to be the core item for most of the fighters onto the game, the War Axe, which will be giving you out the continuous damage as well as the sustain you will be needing onto those team fights. But before that, Kyle onto a bad position. He might get engaged. Oh, petrified!
Oh my goodness, this is a beautiful zone coming out from the side of Team Torment, but they will not gonna corner out Kyle there. And another time, the expanding river coming in. That means it's the time for the turtle to enter into the land of dawn for the third time. The appearance is so high there. The first one went to the side of Noctura, second into the Eternal Torment side, but now the third one will be contesting out soon, and the tier falls down. The first tier into the hand of Noctura, leading out that macro into their side. 5-1 the score race. The turtle got reset out there as well. They're zoning it out properly. Mountain Shocker released as well, but now Esmeralda going in for the zone. He might go for the engage, but there is a knockoff coming out from Mino. It will be the AOG coming in for the engage here, starting out by the Eternal Torment. Papu goes in there, Juba falls down, Kyle will be entering in as well. Papu goes in, Papu goes down, Tatakai falls down as well, Puni falls down.
Okay.
3-man into the hand for the side of Team Noctura, and Just Guy, Slayer of HP will be taken out at this point. No, he got back into the safer zone, you can say.
Oh,
Last
Kyle.
coming in, but it will now be Renascent, vulnerable to the position. He goes back, he doesn't have the Ferraga armor, but Serrar will be taking out the third turtle for himself.
He just got the Firaja armor as well, so there is a chance he might just go out with the last insanity, but Serar Moon will be able to get the turtle. He just goes back, and once again, Noctura Esports will be having more of an advantage onto there. Innocent has a lot of HP onto the Firaja armor, but Kyle as well onto the other hands has a lot of sustain onto his hands, considering the fact, look at his KDA, 100% team fight participation by far.
Okay, now the time for I mean that was a good you can say the team fight was so good, so well acquainted, but it was the two falls oh my goodness, Spear of Alpha used as well, but now the knockoff comes up with the Mina and Fury. Kyle goes in, Seraph fights a kill onto Papu, Duba falls down as well. Puni with the force swing, can he sustain? No, he falls down as well, but now the Crimson Beacon already used, the Lantern player coming in, the tier standing strong with the flavor of health, but energy. It's not gonna get cracked out by the side of NOC, and not gonna having the expansion into the mid side.
Yeah, and for now, Kyle, once he goes out for the initiation, they are making sure that NOC are getting the trades, and Team ETR are not able to fight back onto that. And Tatakai, even if he is getting the itemizations with the Golden Esmeralda, not the Golden, actually, it is the EXP. But when it comes to the sustains as well as the team fight, I think Esme has not been as impactful as she was supposed to be. The first pick was picked out on the early stages, but Esmeralda is still not working out for this side. Crazy Popo goes out with the dominant size against a Yuzhong. That is one of the core defense items you will be needing, and Haruka has 9 assists onto his names already, so 90% team fight participation right there. There is the engage.
AOG for the save. Oh my goodness, but still have the Ferragamo. He can go for the contest. Tatakai finds the kill on to Duba when he falls down. 1-for-1 is a trade right now. Roamer for the jungler. Okay, that's not a good trade, but now the Lord coming in, but I don't feel like they're gonna contest it out because the last insanity has the problem, but it will be taken out there. The Valentina copied it out. Double for Kyle. Kyle falls down. Wilson got a kill onto the hand of Kyle, but shutdown happened there. But now he's getting target being chased out. He will be found his way. No, Faden with the last blow.
They did got the blow, and looks like it will be it for the side of Team ETR contention wise. Punni might just not make it on time when it comes to the Lord contention, and it might be an uncontested Lord onto the side. But there is the engage going around onto the bot side. Just look at the backup coming around from the side of Team Eternal Tournament as well. The Lord yet to be reset, and looks like Zerar Moon as well as rest of the members for the side of Team NOC will just be going back. ETR, they are back onto the map, but still the lead for the side of Team NOC. Looks like they will be waiting for the Minotaur to actually engage with the Monian Fury before taking a major team fight.
Course. And now, I mean, this is the thing. The Lord is there. Nobody's there to contest it out. And now the tears are falling down. And I believe Serar Moon will be taking out some tears in the bot as well. But it's going to give him out the zone. But he can actually reach out the Lord so fast as well because of the expanding river. Let's see how it goes for them. The Lord dance already started from the Eternal Torment side. The zone coming out so well from the NOC as well. The knockout comes up from the Lord. But nobody gonna be affected out, and I believe it will be the reset on the Lord.
Yeah, and both of the teams, they are making sure that before they lose out any of the side of the members, they will not be trying to overextend any team fight before the Lord. So taking out the junglers would be the major objective, and it would be one of the crucial objectives as well. ETR are trying to provide out the backup to most of the core items are already done. They are trying to zone them out, and there's the taunt.
Okay, the taunt comes in as well as the Minu and Fury 4-man knockback happening again. Haruk falls down. Pappu got a kill there, but now Kyle goes in. Puni falls down. Crazy Pappu as well. Killing spree for Serar. Look at the damage onto Kai. My goodness, melting him out there. The immortality popped up. The Faraga armor goes out as well. Triple might be acquired. No, Faden will be the one again giving the last blow to the Xbox there. And now it's the time for the Lord, an easy Lord into the hand of Team NOC. Not only that, they got a tear into the bot side. This is so well, the mid tier falling down. And this is the time for Team Noctura to actually go for the mighty push. And they're holding out Datakai there. Got a lot of damage. He will be taken out. KO! Knockout from the Land of Dawn with the Lord into the hand of Noctura.
Kyle being an absolute menace onto the Yuzhong, man. He just goes out with the combos. He lands it up. He is aware of the lifesteal and he gets the kill. That is what this guy is doing onto the dragon. It is working out onto the hands. Something we don't see quite often. A gold lane Yuzhong. And for this game, it is working out wonders. But the Lord has already been spawned. And looks like Team NOC will be trying to fight. Another team fight coming up. There's the engage once again.
Engage happens as well as we're going to see the corner to the Puni. Puni falls down into the hand of Serar Moon, and now the inhibitors going in as Wilby goes down by the side of Lord this time though. And onto the top side, the pressure is too high. Bot inhibitor taken out as well. The chunky minions are going in there. Flow is too high with these minions. I don't believe they will actually take out the base here, but look at that tide coming out by Kyle. He's engaging out there. Crimson making use. A lot of resources being burned out. Slayer of HP, can they actually take it out? Kyle, the last way finds a kill there, and now going for a double at this moment. Killing spree on the Rhinos, and monster will happen on the Pappu double. Tatakai falls down. Double for Kyle. Kai goes in, and Kai goes down, and with this, it will be Team Noctura Esports having the slot for the round robin stage and make sure that they eliminated out Team Eternal Torment from the Mythic Showdown Season 2 with a 2-0 victory against them. What a game, what a power shot, what a domination comes out by Noctura into the second game. They didn't give the chance to flinch even for the side of Eternal.
Yeah, perfect executions as well as perfect gameplay coming around from the side of Team NOC. Most probably, I think STZ, you already know who is going to be the MVP for this game. Quick guess.
Serar?
No, I think Kyle, actually.
No, both of them were equal. Like Serar took those tiers. Serar also gave his chance into the Lords. I mean, neutral objectives. He got the kills as well. So I believe like Serar will be the one. लगता है क्या दोस्तों ने क्या लगता है लगेगा क्या?
We'll see though. I think Kyle still has the good contention with the MVP, but this is going to be Eternal Torment getting eliminated from the Mythic Showdown, and yup, I told you, right? It is going to be Kyle with the Yuzhong.
Oh yeah.
Okay, interesting. The KDA is also
Same.
apparently. Yeah, it was 5-1-11 before. Oh, okay.
Okay. And now we are here.
Yeah, Ash, go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, this is NOC ETR, and NOC to have that nice KDA for them. And you're gonna talk about it. The stats. It is so well acquainted by NOC side because of their domination from the early game to the late game as well.
Yeah, of course. And I think looking at the game stats, Kyle once again having the highest score lead as well as when it came. Yeah. When it came to the engages, it is. Oh, okay, it just got fixed. And Kyle is not onto the same KDA. Instead, it
It's
has
okay,
been
like
doubled out.
everything was
It's fine.
same, except the kills is got doubled.
Yeah, it's.
Okay, yeah, and the player of the match goes to Kyle. He got the MVP there. Now talking about the game stats, look at that KDA, guys. 10-1-11. Oh my goodness, same KDA for Serrar and Kyle. Bro,
Yeah.
why the
No.
MVP goes to Kyle? Why? Damage? Oh, he has taken some damage as well. So maybe that's the reason. He had given the team fight participation more than Serrar. So, but the same KDA, gold kind of little bit high for Serrar. We're talking about jungler from the side of Eternal Torment. Look at that. I mean, Puni onto that.
Ash, are you there? I think he is
Alpha.
having some kind
Alpha.
of internet issues. But yeah, Serrar Moon did had more of a goal lead as well as the KDA was the same. But like Ash has already mentioned it out that it was Kyle who got the MVP, most probably because of the team fight participations he did, and either if it is still Team Noctura Esports with almost that same kind of a draft, except for the Minotaur getting the win, and Team ETR will be losing it out onto this match and they will be eliminated from the Mythic Showdown. But for the round robin, it is going to be Team NOC who will be securing this slot onto the top 8, and this is actually the 7th team who has made their way onto the round robin, and the final game is going to be decided between Team Yama Esports and Crooks Requiem, which will be coming up next. But head to head, look at that. Kyle has the 12.3 KDA and he has a higher goal difference compared to Renascent. Renascent was trying to engage with the last Insanity plays. He was trying to make those clutches, but the zoning was way too much. And once again, with the perfect executions, it is going to be Team NOC taking the lead, making a clean sweep actually, and they will be getting the win onto the best of 3 series. So Ash, you think anything you got to add up once again?
Yeah, I mean, I was actually watching the stats of Kyle because I was in a sus mood that why he got the MVP, why not Serrar? Why I'm losing out 200 rupees from Itami? So I saw that the turret damage was a little bit high from Kyle. He actually take out a lot of tiers there. That might be the thing because tiers also adding that MVP's possibility for your side, and he got the MVP. Doesn't matter who got the MVP, they got the win. They got a clean sweep. They're right now in the round robin stage. They're right now going to fight against those 7 teams, and they might gonna being there into the LAN. And without Kimi, they did it. So I'm so happy. Like without their leader, they finds their way for the win. So what a game! Duba was the star. You can say the star of the show was Duba for me. But there is the thing, a rich guy, Serrar Moon this time. The carry goes to Renocent once again. Not once again because it was last time it was Kai with the Eve, and Renocent was the sandbag. But this time the sandbag is Haruka, and the wingman is Haruka as well. Not only the wingman, Haruka also clutch out that first turtle. So like this guy is so good with the Alice. You should not leave out the Alice for this guy. And with the same composition of the draft, just the Grok got changed into, you can say, Minotaur. And everything was same for the side of Team Noctura. And they find a win with that composition. So well start for Noctura. and up very well to the side of Eternal Torment. They played well throughout the Mythic Showdown Season 2, but it was a stop for them. I hope they'll be coming back sooner and stronger in some other leagues, and they will be rectifying their mistake. All the best for your future tournaments, guys, and I hope you guys gonna be back with the banger. But talking about Noctura, congratulations once again for getting that ticket to the round robin stage, and now we'll be witnessing the last game in the Swiss stage so far in Mythic Showdown Season 2, and it will be team Crux Requiem versus Yama Esports. So make sure you'll be there. Stay tuned with us. We'll be coming back soon after the short break. There will be the caster change, and there will be entertaining you out. Until then, you guys have to do a little bit help for me. That is the support we want from you guys. That is the share. Please share it out with your friends. Let them know the Yama Esports Crux Requiem match is here. This is the last game for the Swiss stage. The last chance for both the teams to actually shine at Mythic Showdown Season 2 if they really want to be there in the round robin stage. Me, STZ with Itami will be signing off from Mythic Showdown Season 2, and new casters joining soon. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. Love you all, guys.
Do you think I'm crazy?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final stretch, the real final stretch. Because, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last match of the evening, last round of the Swiss stages, and last match of course, the Swiss stage itself. It's going to be the last qualifier for the round robin, aka the LAN qualifiers. That's going to be happening soon after a little bit of a break, of course. Having a little bit of rest day is always nice. But, anyways, with it, we're going to be heading into Yama Esports versus Armageddon. One of these teams are going to be joining the rest 7 teams on the top 8 round robin qualifiers, and we are here to witness which one is it going to be, which one will say hello once again, and which one will give a really heavy-hearted goodbye. And with it, of course, myself, I am Ray, back again after the first patch on this one as well. And joining me is going to be my bro over here, Shinryu, with a new hairstyle. We're really looking flashy over there, mate. But yeah, Shinryu, welcome back to the Mythic Showdown Season 2, brought to you by War Drum Games. We're going to be heading straight into the draft pick between Yama Esports and Armageddon Esports. A best of 3. The winner goes round robin. The loser will halt their journey here.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that we are directly moving into the land. I mean, not the land, I'm sorry, the draft phase here. The land is still there, I'm sorry. But I'm just rushing things, man. I'm just rushing things, just like, the timers out here. Both the teams are ready. And even to pick the Kimi as the first hero, last time we saw the Kimi into the hands of, I think it was Wile. He was the MVP performance of that game number 1. So maybe replicating the same thing once again, but with all the assassins being banned from the side of Team Yama Esports, of course, the YSS, that is the Isan Shin, will have a very good time around the map. But hey, they forgot one hero that can still counter that Isan Shin is gonna be the Yu Zhong. So the Yu Zhong will be still left open, and if Dark wants, he can really pick it up, because yes, there's a good Kacha that can go and dive in. And I think Ray and myself, we already know what hero, what do they do, which are the counters. But still, how do you counter the elimination here, Ray? Because if you lose, you're out. Like, there is no other way down. I mean, what do you do if it's a dead battle from both the sides? So, one step ahead, you get the round robin. You go one step behind, you're down, out of the tournament. So how heartbreaking would that be?
Yep, absolutely. So far, we've already had 2 really heavy-hearted goodbyes. We had to say goodbye to Eternal Torment, and we had to say goodbye to, of course, Yellow Zone as well. But the good news always comes with the bad, and the good news was Daku, Sena and Team Noctura has made it to the round robins, and right now they are waiting for the 3rd companion. Either Yama Esports or Armageddon Esports tonight will join that fray, and we'll soon find out which one is which. Of course, this is just a game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. It's a best of 3 series. Tonight we've had 2 sweeps back to back, and with the record that's been going on, we've been having sweeps after sweeps after sweeps. So maybe if that holds true, that just means only one thing. Whoever gets this game 1 means that they are inevitably might be taking it a sweep as well, unless the fate and the pattern will change tonight. We'll soon find out with this game 1 and game 2 next itself. With it, the bans and the hero picks have been done really fast. Looks like they already had a draft in mind, because they had been waiting for a while, so maybe they brainstormed the whole session. So we're already seeing a few power picks on both sides. The Esmeralda and the Lapu Lapu still being that flex pick, so the goal lane still not decided yet.
True, and even though, I was expecting the Yu Zhong, to be very honest with you, because that could be a very good hero for the dive that they needed. But still, even the Lapu Lapu is a very good hero on towards Dark. Toby can use it as well, so hey, there is a very big flex potential that they can go. But looking at the ban so far, they're really targeting the heroes of the heroes of the individual players. I would say for Rauden is the Nolan being banned, because we have seen the Nolan kind of being active on towards him. He uses that hero to counter out the Isan Shin, so that could have been a potential pick for them. But at the same time, I think Toby was so magnificent, like on that grandeur last time, right? He got a maniac as well, and I think a lot of us has seen that edit, going around on Instagram, of course. So hey, I think Armageddon Esports might have watched that viral video.
Mikage, the one who made the other video as well. Freaking.
Yes, sir.
Anyway.
Devoted, sir.
Scapegoat is what I would like to call myself at this point. But hey, at least the bands are done, and
we all love those videos, man. Not gonna lie, even the stickers are so fun. I mean, if some people can really forward those stickers to other groups, then hey, we'll see a lot of things happening around the map as well, just like the Farsa they can do here. So, Ray, what do you think of the Farsa, and what do you think of the stickers as well?
The language that shall be spoken about the stickers should not be mentioned here. That is what I'll say. It is not in any form appropriate to say the things that I have on my mind right now, and I hope this doesn't become an edit again, because I'm really tired of all those edits at this point. Maybe this camera is a curse, but jokes aside though, I want to mention, dear audiences, we have we are at 220 likes if I'm not mistaken. We just need 30 more likes, and once that threshold is reached, we will do 2,500 diamond giveaway to, of course, to the people that have been active on the chat. So if you have been active, make sure at least, I mean, if 30 people right now just watching, I'm very sure we have more than 30. I mean, we have 100 pretty soon. So if 30 of you just get one more a person per each, you're going to be reaching that pretty soon. And once we reach, we'll do the giveaway. So make sure you try to get someone, and make sure you like the stream if you want to be part of the people that will be winning from the 2,500 prize pool, diamond prize pool. So of course, for you guys, audiences, So with it, Armageddon Esports right now left with one pick that is going to be sealing the deal. Just like, what is it going to be? Oh, wait a second. I
was about to like think, when are you gonna notice that Paquito jungle? Like I was like, hey Ray, notice it, Ray, notice it. But
yeah, I did. God damn, holy hell, Clutch TZ coming out with the clutch, man. Holy hell.
But against the Esmeralda though, man, that's the problem, right? I think too many fighters, man, for the side of Team Yama Esports with just one damage dealer, like potential one damage dealer. That's the Kimi, but they're against an Esmeralda, against a Alice, plus a Garut Kacha. How do they fare against that?
I already see those comments, and I was right. I think Raden is the MOBA Zane of India at this point. My dude is basically identical. Like, this Paquito is so reminiscent of BTK MOBA Zane. That's crazy. Especially
pull out the Balmond.
Yeah,
pull out the Balmond, pull out the Saber. Where are those?
Yeah, Balmond, I think it will be allowed by round robin. Yeah, and I think you should be able to play actually. So why no Balmond? Come on. We want to see the Balmond.
So did you already predict that Yama Esports is going to the round robin? Okay. I heard you, man.
Crazy. I know. Sorry, Armageddon Esports. I did not mean that. But hey, let's.
Okay, sir.
I mean, hey, it's a MOBA Zane thing. Okay, I just want them to play. Maybe next game. All right. But anyways, two flickers. Ito, I love you, man, for going for that sprint, because today we had a lot of flicker Esmeraldas, which I really despise, guys. Esmeralda, she's a runner. She's not a blinker. And rest, I think it's just traditional spells. Of course, the Yu Zhong with the, Petrify, Dark, going in with the Yu Zhong, and Toby going in with the Lapu Lapu Gold Lane. This kid over here, our Debbie's son, tonight, unfortunately she's not able to be here, but I'm gonna be carrying her essence by calling him, her son. But with it, Shenryu, take us into the game.
Yes, sir. This is gonna be the game number 1 between Yama Esports taking on against Armageddon Esports for the final slot into the round robin of the Mythic Showdown Season 2, ladies and gentlemen. The wait is over. The first game is here. Let's see who actually backs the first game, because this is going to be very, very important. The last contender for the LAN. I still like to say the LAN slot, the LAN slot. So it's still due. So let's see who's going to be actually, going out there. But hey, this is going to be the Broken Walls map. So we might just see a lot of invades coming on, but Portland though, Dragon versus Dallas. So okay, the Dragon loses. Is that so?
No. It's gonna be equal. Dragon is like that. It loses a little bit in the first, but then he regenerates the health until the dominant size pops in. I think it's gonna be push and pull between those two EXP laners at least, because both of them have really insane regen, especially the dragon, much stronger. But yeah, let's take a look at the emblems over here. We're gonna be seeing nothing out of the ordinary. The inspire, the of course the movement speed on the mages, just to get a little bit of a faster rotation, because it's the broken walls map. You can rotate faster. Spell vamps on the fighters, penetration on the assassins, the junglers basically. So yeah, nothing out of the what the flash step for Paquito though. I think it's just to make sure that just in case the Esmeralda gets too close, he can get out of there. But that the damage on Twin Flame quite high.
And I think the longer they wait and the longer the side of Yama Esports hesitate from engaging, I think it's much better for the Yisan Shin to actually farm up pretty quickly, because he needs the space, he needs the time to actually scale into this game. And looking at the late game, I think the side of Armageddon Esports, they have a much better late game compared to the side of Yama Esports, because some of their heroes kind of falls off. I would say, especially the Paquito late game is very difficult to actually go against the tankier composition, with the frontline is being so difficult to actually pass through to reach the backline. He can go for the flanks, but how long will it be working? Because there's a lot of taunts, a lot of immobilize available from the side of team Armageddon Esports. Even for the Lapu Lapu, I think against the Esmeralda, that's not a winning lane as well. So the side lanes needs a lot of those rotation from the mid duo or maybe the mid trio as well at certain points. And if they do it from the early game, it's much better, because the quicker they shut down the side lanes, the much faster Yama Esports can find an end to this game. But hey, we are into a pause. Maybe there's some technical difficulties the teams are facing. I think today the internet has not been our most best friend, let's just say. But talking about the game, do you think Yama Esports will have the advantage in the late game? Because I feel personally like it might just be favoring more to the side of team Armageddon Esports here.
I think we'll find out on the what is it as soon as the match starts. But yeah,
on the next episode of Mythic Showdown season 2. Okay,
but yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, it is true today. I think particularly, as well as I think some server issues were happening, because previous match I also noticed Noctura and Eternal Torment both were facing quite a lot of ping spikes, like severe ping spikes, like yellow MS. So hopefully it doesn't occur that much anymore for these teams. But with it, this turtle is going to be going uncontested towards the side of Yama, giving them a little bit of a gold edge and a little bit of EXP, because look at that, Toby is level 4 on that gold lane.
I mean, the turtle was taken already, is it so? Like, did I miss out on something? Like, it was so easily melted from the side of team Armageddon Esports or what? Like, I just playing for a second and still there's another fight. Oh, it could have been really close. Oh, Toby! What the hell? He just went in and take down one, but he will get punished. Josie takes out the kill, but now the Black Dragon emerges into the land of Dawn and they are instantly forced to go under the turret. But the Alice as well as the Karut Kacha Ito will be there, but they do not want to prolong this fight. Goes back for the retreat.
But okay. Top lane, Clutch TZ has a different plan, I guess. They'll retreat for now. Level 4 for Twin Flame. So the rumors have reached their power spikes, because of course right now they can make those sets, especially for the Gator Kacha, whose level 4 is the most important. So expect some AOGs showing up either for a retreat or maybe for a flank or maybe a zoning anytime soon in this next team fight. But anyways, classic rotations have been made. They are just scouting out the map, trying to get the visions all across, maybe trying to see if they can get any pressure. So far though, Abyss TZ with the Hilda has been pressuring Twin Flame a lot more. But anyways, since this is a classic matchup of a Farsa versus the Kimi, Farsa should be winning on theory for the zoning, but the Kimi wins on the damage department. So far, level ranking, Violet is slight bit ahead and Dark is catching up. But look at Clutch TZ and Dark both get level 7 on the bottom lane.
Oh no, Josie falls this time. Even the feather airstrike will not do too much. But that's the jungler town, and this is something the side of team Armageddon Esports would want to just avoid happening at all costs, but their worst nightmare just came through. Their jungler got shut down right before the turtle.
Yep, and with it, he's gonna be... Oh, but at the same time, what just happened? Paulina took down Dark all alone, was it? Or was it the effort of 3 people? We missed out just a second and suddenly something happens. But look at that again.
Oh no, Ito falls this time around, but the fight has not stopped. Ito wants to go in. I mean, it's K, but okay, their target is Swen. But again, the feather airstrike dropped down really quick. Again, you can see Abyss TZ really going aggressive, but it's good enough for the team to actually get some enough time. But again, Paulina wants to go back to the mid lane while it's low, but the turtle is completely left unchecked from the side of Team Armageddon Esports. This might be a chance for Yama Esports to pick it up without any contention, and yes, Clutch TZ will be securing it. Then that's the second turtle they picked it up. I mean, I thought the first one went to Armageddon, but okay, Yama Esports got both of them.
Yeah. The first one was actually to Yama Esports. You blinked and you missed the fact that Paquito has insane damage.
Very long blink.
he took the turtle really fast, actually. They after the pause they started and they immediately got it. It was really fast. So anyways, with it, Dark's gonna be clearing out the lanes. So far though, with the cursed helmets, not cursed helmet, the molten essence passive, they're what was that? Damn, that arrow Josie taking in the gold crab away. But yeah, with the molten essence already, they're able to clear out lanes much faster, especially for Paulina. But look at the damage coming in from Kimmy. Paulina melting already, so better watch the steps over here. Heal ranking, of course, Paulina on top, but I'm surprised. Where is Dark? Dark is so down there. But onto the top lane, a little bit of a push maybe. Josie, better watch your step.
Oh, nice stun coming in from Ito. But again, they are really going all in. The AOG will connect, but can they turn it around? It's a question. The Revitalize popped in as well. The Perez strike does the damage, but look at Toby. Oh my goodness. He's unstoppable. Picks up a triple under the tier 1. What is this Lapu Lapu made of?
Debbie's son making her proud, eh? That Lapu Lapu suddenly channeled the inner Granger and the sword just became perhaps the guns. Because I am not really sure how the Lapu Lapu was able to do it, but he can achieve it. Toby, he wants that round robin slot at any cost, and they're in for it. And with it, there we go. Right now, 6-2 score. Clutch TZ just got the Warx as well, but bottom lane, can they get a kill here?
Oh, they're really locking on towards him. No escape. Josie picks it up, but again, they're still looking for more. Dark might just get out. He does not have the Black Dragon anymore, but able to reach and back. But look at the backline. They're again going in. No flicker from Toby under the turret. He wants to take down Josie. No flicker available, but still, it's going to be a Miss easy to take them down. But can they find an escape is the question. There are 4 or 5 members locking them down, but still, look at the damage coming out from the side of Team Yama Esports. They're chugging them low. Twin Flame will fall, but they lose Toby in the process. But again, the Black Dragon will be up from cooldown, and now the Shard Residue might be enough. The Traction Pulse connect. Dark picks up a double, picks up a triple. Yama Esports now they were lurking in the shadows, but they are now out in the open to just do the damage.
Anyways, with such a severe lead, it almost looks like the game has been sealed, the deal. But okay, gold ranking wise, Toby's 5.3k. Holy hell, where is the gold laner for Ito? Is all the way on 3.9. That's a 2,000 gold advantage on a Lapu Lapu gold lane. And look at the boots, it's all tough boots superiority. But yeah, the Hilda is going to be going for the dominance ice, and Warx already secured for the Lapu Lapu as well as the Paquito. Paquito most likely wanted to go for a little bit more damage, but seeing the damage oncoming, I think he's trying to go for, what is that? Queen's Wings? I feel like that's Queen's Wings on making, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But Kimi already got the Yuzhong also gets the Oracle, and Kimi has the glowing one and the Skypiercer. So expect Violet over here to be trying to outshine Toby tonight, because of course he's the one with Skypiercer, and I wouldn't suggest Toby with Skypiercer, but oh, look at that, Paulina in the midst of 5.
Oh, in the midst of 5, the AOG kind of buys some time, but Toby falls in the hands of Swen. And again, they want to look for a retaliation. Abastis is trying to run, but Paulina is low on HP as well. Dark is in the vicinity. But do they want to engage? The Black Dragon is still available, but they do not want to pursue this further. But look at the top lane. It might be a 1v1 or maybe not. I think they might just retreat. But Yama Esports, they brought enough time and enough match space, I would say.
True MOBA Zine heroes. Pretty funny, eh? Yeshinshin and Paquito. But anyways, 10-5 score. Almost about to be 4,000 gold advantage, but you can clearly see it's slowly decreasing because Armageddon Esports are also farming up, trying to catch up as much as possible. Here is the damage dealt ranking basis. You can clearly see that Toby, actually Yuzhong is the one with the highest damage, so impressive number. Dark, I mean, to be fair, that's a Yuzhong right there, one of the strong offensive EXP laners. And there we go, Toby just gets the Queen's Wings, and okay, no, he was actually bringing towards the breastplate. Okay, fair enough. That's good for reducing the crowd control even further, because there's a lot of stuns from the side and immobilization as well, right, from Armageddon Esports. So
True.
There is the Lord popping in. Let's see. Look at the melting.
Oh my god, that's Ito actually, and Esmeralda losing his HP so quickly. But again, the Black Dragon used up just for a good zoning, but Paulina will be in the vicinity to give the vision, but will be going out of the zone. The AOG is still available. The Feather Airstrike 2, the Mountain Shock already being used up. The AOG onto the backline does not really connect, but Toby wants to go in with where the bravest fighter does lock onto his Josie, but can he find an escape is the question. No! It's gonna be Team Yama Esports taking down 2 members of Armageddon, and now they're looking for the third one. Dark pick up a kill onto his Ito, but again, Class TZ onto the backline wants to lock down onto his Twin Flame, but Paulina still trying to sustain. I think it's best for Yama Esports to take down the Lord rather than chasing the members of Team Armageddon Esports here.
That was quite a brutal team fight, and Armageddon Esports lost quite a lot of their bodies, and it's going to be resulting on a free Lord with no contest going into the hands of course, Team Yama Esports. Over here, look at that, Lord Slain coming into the one and only Clutch TZ, aka the face that many people recognize at this point, Raren. So should we? I mean, I know his name has been Raren for the longest time, right? But what if he decides his new name is Clutch TZ because he wants to twin with Abyss TZ, right? But anyways, Paquito will get that Hunter Strike, getting that damage amplified a little bit more. Burst is much required for a Paquito unless you're trying to go for a sustain. Okay, let's take a look at builds. Kimi already done with the concentrated energy. That's crazy. And building a sword. I think Esmeralda is not going to be having a good time around in any second.
Yeah, I mean, the main priority for Yama Esports was, making the side laners online, and that's what they did. And the early game is definitely in their pockets. That's why they're winning out on so many fronts. But again, the Black Dragon emerged already. The Feather Airstrike will come down. Oh, a nice throw to the ruin from Paulina, but the damage might be too much overpowering right now. She's getting overloaded. Can she find an escape is the question. But still, they survive for a bit longer. But Ito will take down Dark. The Lord is still not clear, but I think that's enough time for Armageddon Esports to just hold their fortress for a bit longer. Yama Esports would want to retreat from that.
Yeah, I think the Dark Shutdown is going to be shifting the goals slightly a little bit, but at the same time, that sacrifice is not something that I don't think Yama miscalculated, because look at that, they already have the long lane exposed, which is going to be creating a lot of differences. But what is happening on the river area right there? Is it just buying time? I think so, because I think that was unnecessary, but Yama retaliates.
They retaliate, they want to go in. Paulina still survives by a sliver of HP. Yama Esports could not take them down. And, even though the Skimmy has a Sky Piercer, but 0 kill, maybe that is the problem, right? The stack not being there.
Yeah.
Maybe if the stack was there, I think he could have taken down the kill.
Yep. Sky Piercer with 0 stacks is basically kind of a useless item. Until you can get the first 2 kills, you can't exactly trigger it in the team fights most of the time, because the damage is just not there. It's just 8.5% of HP, which is very low. But anyways, it looks like Yama, they are kind of ready to initiate any second right now. Yuzhong takes the lead. A jab comes in, but it's not enough. But traction, also a lot of poking to the face of Armageddon Esports, but still the goal lead will remain. 6.2 thousand gold advantage into the hands of Yama Esports, taking down the whole long lane on the right side. The mid lane also is about to falter any second, and look at the gold difference, all to the favor of Yama Esports.
Absolutely, and I think if they can slow down the game a little bit for Armageddon Esports, they can find the scaling that they're looking for. Because so far you can see the punishment is coming through. It's just about time that the members or the damage might fall off from side of Team Yama Esports. And it might be the trigger that they're waiting to pull, because again, this Kimmy does not have any stack. Without the stack, I think the Sky Piercer will not do too much, but he has the DHS, so that is a lot of damage to the front liners already. Paulina will be in the vicinity while Yama Esports has already started the Lord. Plus TZ wants to go for a reverse or a black flank, but okay, it might be too late because Abyss TZ will get taken down with the Feather Airstrike dealing the damage. But again, look at while he's getting locked in, but able to escape around to the backline. Toby as well as Plus TZ will take down 2 members, and now Toby's still running rampant, picks up a double, and Paulina still trying to survive, but not for too long before Wiley guns her down. This 16 years old kid from Mizoram is just showing his dominance from the goal lane, and Yama Esports might find an end to this game again. Toby goes in, find a stun onto Wasito, but that Esmeralda might be too difficult to take down. But Yama Esports are 4 members strong. They're trying to lock in the base, but minions are not yet cleared. But Clusteezy takes her down, and the game will get over. Yama Esports finds the victory.
They didn't even need the Lord to end the game to themselves. They just clearly saw a window. They got the long lane when they needed last time, and they immediately realized this is the window of opportunity. And when it came, they just, I don't know, what is it, like, diving. Yeah, it is diving. But I wanted to get it. Maybe they backflipped into it. I think that would sound cooler, right? But yeah, but I mean, that's what I think Clusteezy did. He was right behind. He was looking for the angle. Like he was like generally.
Actually.
Yeah. It is so nice to see when a jungler is playing a role that requires flanking and he's doing the flanking. Because you saw him, he was all the way over there, like all the way across, like his team fight is happening here and he's all the way over there. So yeah, but anyways, we're going to be getting the MVP. It is going to be Violet taking it away from the hands of Toby and Kraden. My man Violet, he just being a sneaky bro, was playing Kimmy, but looks like he was actually a Natalia because nobody saw it coming. Bro was invisible. I'm not saying his contribution was not there. Crazy.
Damn, it was so crazy that even I think Ray had a bit of loss of word at this point. But hey, I think he played it safe, man. Toby had to go into this team fight. You choke, man. It's okay. It's okay. They didn't choke. Yama Esports didn't choke for this one. Most of the time they do. Hey, I'm not gonna lie about that. They did choke in the starting of this tournament, but now I think they have found their synergy, especially with Wiley being the main carry from the mid lane. That really matters. But I think even though Wiley was the silent carry, Toby really stole the show for this one. Like him and Dark, I think from the side lanes were too active. Because if you see, Clusteezy did not have to do too much. All he needed to do was secure the objectives and maintain his lead. While the rest of the team, they did so much. Like I think the side lane has really enabled the entire synergy for the side of Team Yama Esports for this game.
I definitely think so as well, because I think Dark's contribution, I mean, he was shut it down. There is a reason you get shut down when basically they're in the lead. On the other side, Toby was buying like insane amount of time with the Lapu, and I think Armageddon Esports is going to be reconsidering keeping the Lapu open or giving it away to the hands of Yama Esports again. But then again, it comes down to another point. Toby can pick up that Granger any second that they want to. So right now, Armageddon Esports, they're kind of in a pickle. They gotta improvise, adapt, and overcome if they want to push it to a game number 3. But tonight, the ritual, or maybe the pattern will continue where we might see another sweep pretty soon. But that's a head-to-head, of course, showing all the players' contribution towards the game. And Ito, I think, provided a lot. Look at that, only 900 gold deficit and a few thousand damage difference, but I think at the end the winner is the winner. But there we go. 62% teamfight participation from Josie over here, and 55,000 damage taken as well. Pretty impressive number. But yeah, I think this is where actually Violet shined. Not just the KDA, it was a 71,000 damage dealt. If I'm not wrong, he might just get the carry role, but at the same time it could be Toby as well. He also had quite a high number, but we'll soon find out soon enough. Here we go. I think we might get our sandbags. Maybe. Or maybe it was the Esmeralda. I'm waiting to see the Esmeralda statistics. But yeah, 40,000 damage dealt from ABC. Someone that actually we did not mention. This guy had been a nightmare for Twin Flame. Bonks after bonks, poking each other non-stop. I think that really mattered. Forced a lot of recalls and forced them to do a lot of things that they did not want to do. Because when the pressure is there, of course, you blow up. That's the thing, right? That's just physics. But anyway, yep, rich guy actually goes.
There you have him.
There we go.
I would say he's really setting the gold standard from Mizoram, right? Like I think currently he's just 16 years old, and at this point he's playing this good. And if he can keep this form, I think the team will really not have to depend too much onto giving him the peel, because he is the one who is the aggressive one into this team fight with the heroes like the Lapu, the Granger. I think Toby has been so phenomenal onto these heroes, and even Wiley is like, I think Wiley and Bid kind of have the same kind of playstyle in some way. Don't you agree? Like, I think they're so invisible into those games. Like, they cannot be spotted very easily, to the point that the enemies, before they get the understanding, they're already taken down. So I think that is one of the problems, because if you do not remember about Wiley, then he's already doing the thing that he needs to do. And then we have the TZ brothers, the Plus TZ and the Abyss TZ, right? So it also reminds me of Ash TZ. If it was here, then we had the TZ trio. So that could have been a very good job. But hey, Ray is talking to Zushin right now, so we just need to wait for that, for him to just finish his conversation. And before he does that, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's just game number 1. The game number 2's outcome could be anything. And if Ray is done talking to Zushin, then we'll have him back really soon. He's not done, ladies and gentlemen, so let's watch him talk to Zushin. Hi.
Sorry about that.
Are you done talking to Zushin?
Yeah. You know, she's right beside the home. I just told her she can make anything she wants. I will eat it anyways. Okay. Yeah, she can cook anything she wants. She can cook, right, guys? I'm talking with Zushin. You cannot see, right?
Somebody just called you Rate Easy, man. And it is none other than Ash Z. Shout out to him, though.
I will deal with you later, homie. But anyways, we'll head on to the game number 2 ASAP, and we'll see if the theory holds true tonight as well, and we will maybe possibly see this becoming a sweep as well. 2 days in a row, if I'm not wrong, right, Shinryu? Yep. First game match result is going to be towards Yama Esports. That day as well, I think before I close off, I said that there's a pattern going on. Every game has been sweep so far in this last phases where, you know, things are mattering. And I think it's good, it's bad. You can be, I guess you can be subjective about it, but it just goes to show the fact that the teams that are winning in, they're giving their not 100 anymore. They're giving in 200%. And that's a really good thing. That's a really good thing because they're going to be needing it. Because in the round robin, it's going to get even more brutal, right? Because it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter where the LAN event is happening. What really matters is going to be at the top of the leaderboard of the Mythic Showdown. All right. I mean, that's the main thing. Being at the top is why you play, isn't it? Maybe you're not able to end up number 1, but maybe you can be the 2nd. Maybe you can be the 3rd. It's still better, right? That's why everybody's contending. If the top 10 is fine, and why would they stop right there, right? I mean, they would just stop right there, but they're gonna keep going. So let's see Yama Esports right now. One of the I call them Giga Chess for a reason, you know. Let's see how well they can do. But at the same time, Armageddon Esports have pulled up from worse scenarios. So let's see. But to be fair, Yama Esports here is a team that actually pulled off from the worst scenario. They were at 0-2 brackets. They were about to be eliminated a week ago. We thought their journey was about to end. And that's when Clutch TZ pulled up with his new name. And I think that this name is sticking right now. It's really working wonders for him. And they have been able to clutch it from 0-2 to 2-2 at the end, fighting with another winning team that was in the 2-0 brackets and right now down by 2. So let's see. Tonight, one second. Was it Noctura? No, Noctura was in the winning brackets. It would have been really funny if all the losers, the teams that basically lost twice in the first rounds, were the ones winning. But yeah, Noctura actually had a win in the first round, then they lost.
Daku Sena, it was, I guess. Daku Sena.
Yep. Daku Sena and Yama Esports, both of these teams that are playing tonight, they were both in the losers brackets, the first losers brackets, and they have climbed back up. And I think Yama's is actually more impressive because I think Daku Sena got a win through default disqualification, but Yama Esports, they have played every game and they have made it sweep each time around, and they have come back stronger, not falling into, you know, the mental pressure. Because I'm gonna be real with you, they are one of the teams with the most pressure, but they have been showing the most resilience towards it. But with it, Armageddon Esports, I think they're gonna be pulling up with Josie's. I think it's a flex. I think it can be pushed into the roaming position, like it just trying to throw Yama Esports off. But let's see, Yama Esports at this point, they're well aware of the drafts. Let's see if the bait they catch it, but the Eve goes away.
True, and you know, I just have a side news that we actually have reached 250 likes on the stream. So congratulations to each and every one. You're winning away the 2,500 Dias giveaway. So you guys are the real winner for tonight. I mean, Yama Esports, they win or not, it doesn't really matter, but you guys are definitely winning some Dias. So do be active in the chat, because I think if you're not active around there, then you might not be winning. How much Dias how many winners will we have for tonight? Is it 25 or 50?
I think we will reveal that on our Discord server. All the winners will be
Okay.
announced on our Discord server. The link will be in the description, so make sure you join it. And you can also just type in War Drum's Discord server. You can find it on Google, or you can just follow our Instagram. There is a Discord server link there as well. Resources are there. You just gotta do it, man. You just gotta click that Discord link, just join the server, and boom, you see the
Join it,
announcement.
guys.
Yeah, your name would be there for sure if you've been an active participant, or if moderators choose people who say Zushin is my wife. Yeah, like Ray's wife. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, guys, type Zushin is my wife, not Ray's wife. Don't forget, he said
My
that
wife,
first.
in the sense that type Zushin is Ray's wife.
No,
Then you get
no, no,
selected.
no. Don't type
Then you
that.
get
Don't type that,
selected. If
guys.
you write my wife,
All
I will
Zushin.
disqualify you. Shinnu would be the first one to get disqualified, so you might get a free win. Yay!
Okay, I mean, I'm not getting the dice anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But hey, a quick speed run onto the draft back to where we started. So they will pick up the Garut Kacha, so that means this Baxia will most likely go to the jungle, not a flex anymore. With the Eve, that is the mid trio already being locked in from the side of Team Armageddon Esports, whereas Yama Esports will be getting their hands onto the Isan Shin. And finally, MOBA Zane Part 2, I mean 2.0 this time again, that is MOBA Rarin, will be actually playing the most MOBA Zane hero that is out there. I think it cannot get any better, right, from here, Ray? So at the same time, they have Toby on towards the Lapu Lapu. Ray's really busy. He is just smiling at Zushin's picture, ladies and gentlemen. That's why he's, blushing out there.
God of that, I will talk to you personally later on.
Sheesh. Double God of that, guys! The leader of Yama Esports. Let's
I'm
go.
gonna fight with traders, guys.
Guys, type, Zushin is your wife, not Ray's wife, guys. If you want to win the dice, then
I
type.
will remove your names. I have a really good memory. I will remember whoever types that. But yeah, I don't want to be memed again. But this situation's freaking. I hope Bolty's not watching this. But anyways, let's focus into the drafting phase. It's going to be the Arlot getting banned out, which I think is a really good choice because we've seen a few times Paulina has picked up the Arlot sometimes. But oh, is that a dark? Or is it going to be
We
Toby
never
on
know.
Malta?
We never
it,
know,
it-
man.
It can switch any second. I mean, Toby can
Exactly.
decide to, go in with the flash, or maybe Dark is like, hey, I get. Oh, Ito. We talk about Toby, but Ito is also one of the players that does play the Granger a lot.
Ray, somebody just typed Zushin is femboy, then somebody's typing something else, man. You're done. You guys are cooked if you type that. But again, the grandeur will be coming through from the side of Team Armageddon Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just having a little bit fun, so don't mind us. This is just the last day of the Swiss stage, so we're allowed to do that. But we'll stop reading the chat from here on out. So we just focus on the game. Ray, back to blazing Zushin, except for watching other people what they're talking about. The last two heroes are still due from both the teams. The Uranus will be coming through. So more shield for Esmeralda. I think the Eternal. Oh my goodness. I am quitting, guys. Thank you so much for watching. See you. Okay, we are back again. Hey, the Uranus with more shield from the side of Team Armageddon Esports looking good. The Eternal EXP or the the laning matchup. But what do Yama Esports go for here? You think for the role?
Lia's banned out. Hilda, I wouldn't really recommend over here. It's too tanky. Can they go for a high loss over here? Maybe. I know it's not the best, but it can synergize with the Esmeralda and the Kimmy's since the fact
Maybe.
that they do need the speed amp. Or maybe they can just go with Croc is not there,
I don't
Bakshia's
know.
over there. Yep, it was the high loss. It was the high loss. There was just not any other option, It was just not possible.
True. Indeed. I think the Hyla still works well, but I think they kind of lack the crowd control, like the strong one. They have some stuns, of course, from the Lapu Lapu, from the Esmeralda, from the Kimi. Every one of them can do some stun, but it's not a hard lock stun, like not the hard CC that they can stop the mobility for a longer duration of time. But then again, the side of Team AE are really, AoE focused, I would say. Like they have a lot of AoE skills for themselves.
I think okay, let's take one last look into the draft. Anyways, 2 revitalizes as expected. The Hylos and Gatot Kacha matchup, it goes so back right now. This has been going for almost 10 seasons at this point. Rest gonna be all the flickers, 3 flickers. Oh no, wait. Paulina going with a sprint Uranus. That's interesting. Toby, or why are you going flicker, my man? You should have went in for the sprint. But anyways, I guess I'll respect it because you can't really exactly, combo anything with the flicker Esmeralda. It's not that beneficial. I think the sprint is way better. You can chase much better. You can combine it with your S1 to get double the speed. But hey, maybe let Toby do their thing. But with it, I think nothing out of the ordinary here. We'll just have to jump into the game. The Uranus though, I think it's... Wait, there's a Hylos. Why did I forget about it? I think the sprint is good. I think you can easily maneuver out of the Glorious's pathway. So with this, spells have been done and the draft is here as well. There's a lot of beefy boys into the side of Armageddon Esports. On Yama's side, they also have one beefy guy, one dancing lady, one Lapu Lapu, this time Dark, who wants the spotlight for him, and Yishin Shin coming in on the hands of Clutch TZ. I think we'll soon go into the game, and of course Shin, you can take me there and the audience, and we will witness if this is going to be a clean sweep or Armageddon Esports will pull up a game of their lifetime, because they have to. If they do not, they're out of the competition.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, this could be the final game of the Swiss stage of the Mythic Showdown Season 2. Let's see if it is, or will Armageddon Esports will pull up a great game number 3. This is game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, that we are walking in. Armageddon Esports versus Yama Esports. The game point into the side of Yama. Will they, or will be hearing chanting of Yama Yama in the comment section after this game, or will it be Armageddon Esports just making things harder for them, taking us to a game number 3? We will be witnessing for that. But again, the voice of the game, myself, I'm Shinryu, and I'm joined by Ray for this game. But the mid duo, I always like to talk about this one. I think it's gonna really matter, right? Once again, the side laners are the one that they need to enable. But again, look at Paulina, already needs to burn up the sprint just 40 seconds into the game. But again, mid lane, the damage getting through, the stun connects, but Twin Flame might be really low, have to pop up the Revitalize. So for Abyss TZ as well. So a lot of spells being used up in the first minute of the game.
How many spells is that? 1, 2, 3, 4? Damn! 4 out of 10 spells? That's insane. But anyways, here comes the emblem setup. Okay, Tenacity on the Uranus. Just want the damage reduction, I guess, but the mages will opt for the movement speed again. A little bit of Inspire for the Eve to get a little bit more cooldown reduction. Why is this going for that flash step? It really wants that speed. Quick flash, right? Yeah. Anyways, other than that, I think nothing out of the ordinary. Oh, Lapu Lapu going with a little bit of movement speed as well. I think he will make some rotations. I think a little bit more damage on the Lapu is actually better. But since he's the EXP, rotations are required. So, Esmeralda and... okay, rest, I think all conventional. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Usually, YSS go for killing spree, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, they do. I think last game as well, Josie actually went for the killing spree instead of the Electroflash, or, I forgot the name. Is it Electroflash or no, right? I mean, whatever it be. But again, the turtle being start from the side of Team Armageddon Esports. Yama Esports might be a bit late, but again, Josie getting the damage head on. But Clutch easy with a clutch retribution. Will pick it up the turtle, but obviously they find the kill onto his Josie. They will also lose Twin Flame, and now they want to chase down the members of Team Yama Esports, but Toby is available there to take down one more. Paulina will be falling, but Clutch is really low on HP. And he might just get taken down from the jungle creep, it seems, though.
That is so funny. The horse has to take all the hits for Clutch TZ over here. That is such a rare sight. Nice. Good job. This is how a tank is supposed to be, guys. Clutch TZ does not miss.
Ray had some really bad experiences with the tanks, I think.
Of course we do. If you play solo queue and you don't have bad experiences with the tanks,
damn,
you are
have
not
fun, man. Solo queue. Have fun, solo queue, man. I cannot bear that, I think that kind of hellish environment, because I would rather just have my peace of mind over the dark system for sure. But again, Yama Esports actually leading quite early on, and this is a very good news for Clutch TZ onto that resurgence, I would say.
Yeah, but anyways, I think we'll have to wait out for just a little while for maybe Armageddon to get in some action, because they do have the Granger over there. Oh, Glorious Pathway being used a bit easy.
Oh, he wants to go in. He wants to go in, but I think Yama Esports decided not to. But up top, though, Josie, so low on HP. One more hit. Toby, can you? Yes, he can. The AOG not at the right spot, but Clusteezy will get the unbreakable taunt. Will be falling into the hands of Twin Flame, and now Yama Esports might be in trouble. They are dealing with a lot of damage, but Avisteezy still does not get the last hit on towards him. Will be walking out pretty safely. Just 1 HP away, but from being taken down. But again, Toby wants to go in with the Starfall. Really lows down the HP, but the flicker from Sven will be helping him getting to the safer side of the map. But again, that could have been close. The turtle is up, and both the teams, they would require their junglers to be there for this turtle take.
Let's see. I think since both of the junglers are a little bit still occupied with their buffs. Oh, but no, Josie is actually the first one to be responding. Maybe they can get it. Yeah, I think they can get it. They should rush it, but oh, a little bit of pressure coming in from the side of Yama Esports over there. Look at that.
Oh, it's going to be very aggressive from Dark onto the backline. Sway does not have a flicker. I think Yama Esports know that, but they cannot take him down. The Mountain Shocker is there, but look at the AOG, does not really fall at the right place, but Paulina might be in trouble, takes up a lot of damage, but able to heal back up. However, the HP bars of the mid duo will be falling very low, so they need to recall. However, Yama Esports has not yet started the turtle, so there's still time for that. It could still be a very 50-50.
It is pretty funny that there were no bodies fallen. It is just going in for, you know, back and forth this fight. But Josie already taken down 50% HP.
What?
It's time for him to retreat, but what?
He picks up the retribution. He picks up the turtle with the retribution. Here comes the retaliation from Yama Esports. They want to punish Swen. They will be able to do so, but Ito does not have the flicker anymore. The Mountain Shock connects, and Toby will be the one picking up the kill. But now the stun onto the turret takes down Toby. Paulina with the shutdown, but Twin Flame is low. Wile will pick one more kill up, and with this, Yama Esports will be walking out to their side of the map. But really a close turtle fight.
There we go. That turtle, I was not expecting Josie to take it, because honestly, with how his HP was, but what's happening on the middle lane? It's Swain. Like, he has a flicker, but I think he just got immobilized, then got stunned, then he just disappeared. He just did not get even the chance to get the... I mean, he could not click the flicker because immobilized, it's, you know, blocked. You can't click it. Then he got stunned. You can't click it, and boom, you're dead. That chain CC is nasty coming in from Dark and Violet.
Absolutely, I think the problem with the Eve is that you cannot reposition without the flicker, and even though he had the flicker, the window for him to actually use that was really short. But again, looking at the items, do you find anything that sounds out of the ordinary? But okay, Clusteezy could have been a really big problem. It still gets locked in with the RWM will be falling now. Dark wants to survive, but Ito deals a lot of damage. Dark might be able to get out with the flicker, but there is a glorious pathway helping with the mobility. A good use of the skill, but Paulina wants to still chase them down, but it should be a bit too much for him to do that. So at this point, Yama Esports will be walking out with their life intact, but I think this tier 1 onto the mid lane will be falling, and that's the first turret down, I guess, in the game, or the second one actually. The bot one has already been taken down from Yama Esports as well. So I think they need to look at the macro gameplay as well.
Yeah, this is what I've been mentioning. Yama might be winning in those kills, but AE has been taking in all the objectives. I mean, a classic Baxia fashion playstyle, I would say. Just get all of the objectives and try to get the macro, and you're going to be in the lead. Look at that. It's slowly climbing into 1,000, but at the same time, the side of Yama Esports, Clutch TZ over here, trying to do the same thing. On top, gets the turret in, and even the bottom one as well. So both of the teams are actually standing in at 1-for-1 in the turret game. But yep, mid lane first turret is much more important, but slowly but surely, whoever gets that long lane pressure will get the slow push, and it will have a better wave management compared to the other. But Twin Flame, Blade Armor, and Josie with the Radiant Armor as well. So both of them will have a little bit more sustain against the Kimi. Blade Armor doesn't work against the Kimi anymore, right? So it's not that necessary. You can make it work if you're just getting hit by her basic attack, but that's like really rare. Mostly she's going to be hitting you with the skills. So nothing much for you there, Skypiercer. Oh, Violet, let's see if you can get kills this time around. But oh, jungle 1v1.
Might be too much for Clusteezy. He's able to get the mobility, but can he find the escape is the question. Oh, he gets out with the traceless, but not enough. The Void Blast takes him down. And now Yama Esports, they are one member down. The mid jungler is down. Paulina wants to go in for the frontlining, but they cannot get too much out of that. But hey, you just mentioned Blade Armor, and I thought of Wands for some reason. Like that's the first thing that came into my head. And not really, trying to make fun, but I could just think about that, like for some reason. But again, the side of the Armageddon Esports, they're trying to push their luck with, taking down the tier 2 out of the bot lane, but they will not find too much of a success with that. They need to back off before Yama Esports look for another engage. But again, you can see they're not really getting back from the area. The RW will be used up, but it's just too much for them. The AOG will be dropped down, locking one member down. But still, Leto is trying to just escape, but Toby is just on towards him. Clusteezy gets in with the Mountain Shocker, but does not really connect the boat for that. The fleet does not really connect out there, so he needs to back off. But again, Paulina able to soak in all the damage, and now Yama Esports are getting forced back towards the turret. So Armageddon Esports, they still have the advantage in taking away this purple, it seems, but Toby is onto the front line, but they cannot secure the purple either way. The Lord is up. I think Armageddon Esports might be able to have a chance to take this one. But wait a minute.
Clusteezy.
Josie. Okay. He still survives. Actually able to get out, but very low on HP. This might be the chance for Armageddon to take this Lord.
Yep, with the fact that Clusteezy is basically down low. But the Mountain Shocker will give them a little bit of vision, maybe. Let's see. Look at that. High loss. Retribution.
Retribution. The Lord is still there, but Clusteezy is trying to mark the backline with Toby. They will be able to take down Toby, but the Lord will be going into the hands of Armageddon Esports. Now Daku will get the immobilized with the Land Shaker, but the AOG will be dropping in. But before that, Paulina will get taken down in the hands of Wiley. Even though the side of Armageddon, they got the Lord, the fight was completely won out by the side of Team Yama Esports.
Is it Paulina or is it Paulina?
Paulina.
But yeah.
Paulina.
Yeah. Paulina sounds, like pow. But yeah, 4-10 score, and Yama Esports just, they're basically saying that Armageddon Esports here can try to get the macro as much as possible. But the fact that we already have the Sky Piercer on Violet, it's already stacking up into 30 right now, and it's not looking too good for them. But at least they can make a good, really good defense with the fact that Bakshay has a good wave clear. Look at that. What? He only got it after 2 kills? Damn, I thought he had it from the beginning. That's crazy. He only has 10. But still, 10 is better than nothing, because last game he had 0.
I think he got 1 because he got a kill at the end. So maybe 1 or 2.
But was it? What is
got a kill?
Yeah, 1
What is he
kill,
gonna do with that?
the game already.
What is it good for? Yeah. But I think for the late game, Yama Esports should have the advantage, right, with their draft. The YS scales. Wiley has pretty good stack as well. Dark can sustain as well, but even Toby can, do the same. So I think for the late game, Yama Esports still have the advantage as long as they can mark Ito as well as Swen for the longest time. I think that is a condition. The AOG used up for a good zoning. The Dark goes in with the bravest fighter. Will take down, actually it's Toby taking down Ito, but this is a very bad position. The side of Team Armageddon Esports have gotten themselves, they will lose 3 members, and now Josie run to the wrong side, and Paulina will have to run as well, but I think Josie might be getting taken down. Yes, he does. Double kill for Clusteezy. And even though Yama Esports, they have no objective to take down except for the turrets, they will be happy with that trade.
Look at that, despite taking the Lord. Look at the gold and EXP and everything. It's just so much disparity right now. And holy hell, it's not looking good for Armageddon Esports anymore. And maybe the pattern remains true, but still they have some time to buy. If they can extend this game or stall it as much as possible. How much stack is that? 414. But yeah, Clusteezy is already the highest gold, and he's got it, his 5th item, and he's gonna be building it towards the 6th right now. And we all know how fair the Yushin can be scary, but oh, look at that, Ito is catching up with the 4th item as well. But let's take a look at the builds. Sky Piercer coming in, 0 stacks for Ito, 10 stacks for Violet. No, I think it's 20 right now. Yep, I think it's 20. And he also has a Demon Hunter Sword as well. Oh, he actually rushed the Demon Hunter Sword instead of the Concentrated Energy. Did not go for any sustain, neither the damage jump, and just wants to melt down Josie as well as the Uranus as much as possible. I think that's a good decision, considering this front liners have been the ones nagging around. But look at that, Lord Pit.
Oh, Clusteezy with the superior retribution this time around. Dark wants to zone out the backline. The target is gonna be Swen this time around. He cannot escape, but meanwhile, Paulina gets taken down on the backside as well. And now checks the shopping block. Wood between Flame. Wile picks up a double kill, and with this, Armageddon Esports, they're really losing. Remember quickly, Josie wants to run with the shield unity. He will be able to do so, but the Lord is marching down towards the side of Team Armageddon Esports. Inhibitors, can they defend is gonna be a very big question here.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Uranus looks like a gaming controller on that skin. That's pretty nice. That's a neat detail, right? He looks like a console.
Yes, sir.
Like, that joypad that you could play. But what's just happened? Jovi melted.
He got melted down, but good news is that 2 of the members will be back on the map. Armageddon Esports, they still have the members to defend, but the Lord pushes too much. Toby will go in. The AOG as well popped up, but the minions are just getting cleared, but the Lord is still there. But look at Twin Flame is trying to tank the front line, but Vile is free hitting Toby as well. But Armageddon Esports, they will be able to clear the Lord and as well as the minions, I believe. And Yama Esports, they're actually playing it pretty disciplined. Quite surprising for them, actually.
Yeah, honestly, I have the same perspective, thought process as you, because I generally thought with the wave that was coming, they would just overcommit that right there. I mean, yeah, they would lose a few bodies, but maybe they could try to engage a little bit more, but no, well disciplined. I think they just want the other inhibitor as well with the next slot that's going to be coming in 90 seconds, so 1 minute 30. Yeah, they can buy off time, because Ito has not exactly been able to do much just yet. So until then, it's not exactly time for caution for them, perhaps. But okay, Toby going in with the Ice Queen 1 over there. Really wants more slow and a little bit more magic power. But yep, let's take a look into the full builds coming in. Kimmy with the Blood Wings just to make sure she doesn't get additional damage on top. But what's happening? Dark takes a lot of damage to the face. Doesn't really matter too much. But yep, there we go. 3,000 goal advantage. 756. Oh. What is that positioning?
A very good flank coming out from the 2 of the members, and Swen will be down the AOG onto the backline just for this cave, but Paulina will be getting target locked. 2 members already down from the side of Team Armageddon Esports. The third might be on the chopping block. Josie getting locked in by 2 members. Clusteezy will get a mega kill, and with this, the jungler is down. And next on the chopping block, Twin Flame. They're throwing everything at the side of Team Armageddon Esports, except for the kitchen sink, of course, but that would be more than enough for Yama Esports to secure a 2-0 victory and moving to the round robin.
Well, congratulations to the side of Team Yama Esports for making it to the round robin phase from a 0-2 elimination brackets where they could have lost it all. They will make it back into this 2x2 and they will get a clean sweep. So the theory, the pattern continues to be true, ladies and gentlemen, and 2-0 sweeps is what Mythic Showdown it has been about. Well, I guess since it's season 2, I guess 2-0 is the scoreboard, but I think we're going to be having even more action because I think tonight, tonight and yesterday, and I think even the day before, we've had sweeps after sweeps after sweeps, just showing the fact in the round robin, the teams that have made it here have made it by sweeping their opponents, not under the rug, by defeating them, So I'm really excited right now. Yes, yes, there are big names, SATUL, RNTX, right, with their sponsors right now, with legacy players becoming, really joining their hands with giants right now, right? But there are also teams like this, Elusivity. There are teams like Cruxricum, and there are teams like Yama Esports. Player of the match goes into the hands of Dark this time. My dude really said, hey, Violet, what the hell? Why did you take that MVP away? And Toby, you're getting too flashy. Let me get at least one moment to shine on this Swiss stage. And he does it. My man gets that MVP with 120,000 damage taken. That is insane. But as an EXP laner, you gotta take those punches. And he took those punches really, really well. On the side of Armageddon Esports, they really went in with a 3 beefy composition with their 2 heroes basically becoming a glass cannon. And becoming that rock that was thrown on that glass was, of course, the side of Yama. And I think the glass will get shattered. But hey, Armageddon Esports, you had a really good journey. You made it until the final day of the Swiss stages, and you will be, of course, in the leaderboards, and you will be remembered, and you will be looked forward to in the next Mythic Showdown, and you'll be looked forward to in the next major tournament, in the other major LAN events. So keep your head high, Armageddon Esports. You're still playing in Saga, right? And you're still playing in other tournaments. So wishing you guys the best. And Yama Esports, your journey only starts here now, because the top 8, the round robin, you're going to be fighting each and every other opponent that has gone through the same journey. So it's not like the other opponents are someone that has the privilege, right, Shinryu? It's not like they're mythic leaderboard, or they're like elite leaderboard, or they're like open qualifiers. There's no disparity. There's none difference. It's the fact that everybody has fought a long journey right there. Some made it faster than others due to the fact that they were able to dominate, while some had to take the longer journey. But eventually, all have reached the same space. But with it, we get the head-to-head over here, Shinryu.
Yes, sir. The head-to-head, you can see, right? I think there's a lot of difference in this. The whole lane, I would say, Toby was able to really dominate a lot well, because Ito was the target by Dark every time he was going in. And the Baxia, yes, it was the first pick, but it's more of a sandbag than actually a damage dealer. So he did his work, but I think the damage dealers were really getting zoned out very heavily from the side of Team Yama Esports. They were the ones that actually getting marked first. Even for Sven, I think he had the toughest game this time around, right? Once the RWM is there, even if it's not there, he was the one getting just, locked on by 2 or 3 members. And what do you do about that? You use the flicker, but how far can you run? And I think even for Twin Flames, he did a very good job with the AOG, but the glorious pathways were really used quite aggressively. The AOGs were used most of the times to actually either zone out or to escape from this bad position. And even if you take a look at the KDA, I think the Uranus quite didn't work out. Yes, he was taking a lot of damage.
1-3-3, 1-3.
I think Armageddon, they played a very good game, as in they had a decent game this time around, because they were able to take the objectives, they were able to get the structures or the turrets pushed in. Yama Esports were not having that greater time in doing the same. But once the scaling was there from the side of Team Yama Esports, they were really going for it. Like, they were not really afraid anymore.
And yep, you gotta be fearless, and that's what they were to be. And I think Yama Esports tonight, of course, the last match composition was, just like I mentioned, it was a kind of greedy. It had 2 very obvious glass cannons that was easy to shatter for Yama Esports, and with it, they will shatter their dreams and of course move forward. But of course, with the exaggeration aside, Armageddon Esports, we wish you guys the best. Again, don't keep your head high. You've made it to the Swiss stages, to the very final day. So it's still a bragging right. Top 16 in the India, right? It's a huge flex to be. But anyways, Yama Esports will carry the bigger flex, and with it, ladies and gentlemen, remember the giveaways. We had a giveaway of 250 likes. We've reached it. We've surpassed it. So thank you for everybody that came in and supported us tonight. And so thank you so much. The giveaway winners will be announced on our Discord server. It will be pinned on the chat if I'm not mistaken. And if it's not there, you can search it on our Instagram. You can search it on Google. But the best place, I think most people, you have Instagram, because you do scroll brain rot reels, right? I think if you're not doing that, I think you're using Instagram wrong if you haven't consumed brain rot. But jokes aside,
guys, you never know. You might just find some good reels of Ray as well. I mean, somebody might upload it. We never know.
I want to really show you a gesture, but after this. Anyways.
Okay.
The 25 giveaway winners will be announced. 25. That what just happened? Why did everything? Don't close the curtain yet, guys. I'm still outside. What's happening?
Damn.
Why is the curtain closing? Damn, I think the production, they're waiting to close the curtain on us. So without any further delay, I just want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in to Swiss Stages of Mythic Showdown Season 2. The round robin phase will be announced soon, so make sure you follow our YouTube channel, subscribe to it, and follow Instagram for official updates. You can also follow MOBA 5v5 Esports, because the posts do go in collaboration. So make sure you stay up to date to know about the round robin phase. Top 8 teams: SATUL, Crux Requiem, then RNTX, Yama Esports, Daku Sena, Noctura, and Yama Esports. All these teams are going to be contending to qualify
Yama
for the LAN
Esports are
event.
twice, guys. There are 2 Yama Esports.
Sorry,
twice.
Sorry about it. Sorry about it. You already know which teams have qualified, so make sure you stay tuned for that.
What if they don't know?
Make sure
What
you
if they
follow
don't
our
know?
Instagram, War Drum Games, War Drum Esports Discord server. Everything is there. Make sure you do it because the round robin will be notified pretty soon with a little bit of a break. So we'll see you guys again on the round robin phase. It's going to be even a longer journey right there because round robin is where the real action will lie, where every team will fight for that LAN event slot or the LAN slot itself. So make sure you stay updated. And with it, good night, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you guys on the round robin, basically the LAN event qualifiers. And of course, good night. Take care. We'll see you back again at the top 8. Good night. Until next time.